Hello, everybody. I'm your host, Eric Bird, here at StopStrugglingNow.com. And tonight, we have to talk about Dominican Republic real estate investing during 2026 and beyond. I've got the new and old analysis because, once again, we have to have a direction. Just like we were having a direction pre construction wise, no credit check, no problems, no barriers to entry. That was the goal 2018 through 2023 December. Now, new goals, ladies and gentlemen, because some of those projects are now going to be on the market. And just because they raise the pre construction prices does not mean you have to buy when you can buy already built at lower prices, because it's all about the ROI if we're investing. And we got a lot to talk about because I want to hear from you. And welcome. Stop Struggling Now gear. Check. And please like, subscribe, and click the bell below so you get the latest updates. Now, let's get to it. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, thank you so much for being here. Please share the videos because you never know who's going to be out here looking for this valuable information. And once again, there's all kinds of information that you need. A lot of people don't look around and gather information before they make investments or after they make investments to understand what maneuvering they may have to do with their investment. Now, let's get into it. And I'm sorry, I'm a little bit late, but had a little bit of family matters. So therefore, I am late this evening. So once again, first things first, we have the national championship game being played. Let me know what the score is, and let's call it what it is. In the backyard of you, they have a game. Are they going to be a 10th ranked team to beat the number one team? Once again, just because you start out at a lower ranking does not mean you end up at a lower ranking. You keep fighting, ladies and gentlemen. This is how investments work too. So we'll get into this Dominican Republic real estate. But you know what happened yesterday? Yesterday, I saw a YouTuber. He Googled himself. Now, I'm going to put on the screen. I had said, you know what? That is awesome. I'm going to Google, what's this thing about Eric Bird and Stop Struggling Now? What do they talk about? I'm going to bring it up right now. I thought this was very interesting. That's right. Very, very interesting. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Is this too cool or what? Here's a grounded sense of what Eric Bird from Stop Struggling Now is likely to say in 2026. Can you believe this? About investing in short term rentals in the Dominican Republic based on his recent podcast content. That's right, everybody on podcasts. Thank you so much. And investment themes. He sees real estate, including STRs, as a wealth building strategy. My. The internet knows. ChatGPT knows. Bird regularly discusses real estate investing in multiple income streams as part of financial growth and wealth mindset building on Stop Struggling Now. Oh, they got it perfect. Oh, his content often highlights real estate opportunities as one of the many ways to generate income beyond just personal or business credit building. This is on the Apple podcast. Oh my, that's right, ladies and gentlemen, we out here. So he would likely frame STR, which is short-term rentals in case people don't understand, investing as a potential income stream rather than just a passive let it sit asset. You're damn right. See, they understand it exactly. There is no passive with short-term rental or real estate investing. You always have to be hands-on. And this is why you have to always evaluate your situation with your real estate every year. Now, based on that, Bird would probably highlight tourism strength and demand. Oh, does this sound familiar? He's referenced tourism metrics. Oh, record visitor numbers as a backdrop of real estate interest at another podcast, and Airbnb or short-term rental hosting links. His content includes direct tools for setting up Airbnb and short-term rental hosting relationships, which implies enthusiasm for it as a strategy on Amazon Prime podcast. Ladies and gentlemen, some of those tools: AirDNA, Airbnb Ticks. All right. In fact, they have a free thing at airbtics.com where you can put in your city. Now, they don't have every city, but at least they have Punta Cana, they have Santo Domingo, that you can get some information for free. I'm just signed up with AirBTix. I'm not even signed up with AirDNA because I don't look at those things. I go to tourismanalytics.com where they have most cities that are tourist cities. So you go to Dominican Republic and then it shows the tourist numbers with cruise, air, how many people are landing by air, in what cities, what percentage of tourists are coming from a certain country. You get all of this and you get the numbers. So for instance, air visitors in 2025, January 1st to December 31st, was 8.9, well, 8.8 million, 8.83 million, I believe is the number. That is up from 8.5, 8.55. In case you're not understanding, that's only about 300,000 more, maybe 350. Divide that by 12. Now you understand it's only 30,000 people a month. Then when you break it down, the analysis starts, ladies and gentlemen. Then when you break it down, you understand what is going on because you divide it by 4. Is that right? You guys understand that, right? You divide it by 4. So when you divide 30,000 by 4, you're like, that's 7,500 per week of possible air passengers that can land on the island and stay at either an all-inclusive or short-term rentals. But here's where the analysis goes a little deeper that I've always talked about. What happens? Everybody's not single. Some people come with 2. Some people come with 3. Some come with 5. Some come with 6. Some come with more. So as long as we do not know the real average amount of people in a party that comes to land, I use simple numbers like 2 because I don't know any different. I know everybody's not coming by themselves. So maybe it's 1.8, maybe it's 2.5, but we're going to use 2. So now when you say, Eric, there's 7,500 people per week coming in by air to possibly stay in an all-inclusive or in a short-term rental, you divide that by 2, and now you understand that's really only 3,700, 3,750. That's it, 3,750 when you divide by 2 per week. So if you, between December 31st, 2024 and December 31st, 2025, and you add, let's just keep the numbers simple, 4,000 short-term rentals over the whole island, you've already eclipsed the 3,750, the 3,750 people. And then if you also added 6,000 hotel units, you do understand there's way more units available. You've just added thousands of units around the island into the rental pool. Everybody knows supply and demand does not change. So once again, oversupply means lower prices. Oversupply also means lower occupancy rates, right? If anybody disagrees, you guys can chime in anytime. The chat room is open. So once you understand that fundamental problem, it doesn't matter if they went and added an all-time record high for 2025 when you've added more units. And they're going to add more units this year too. So the same thing's going to happen because you're going to be behind. Something major would have to happen. And you want to know what those major things are? Ukraine and Russia war would have to stop. America going around acting like a rogue nation would have to stop. Blocking people from entering the United States and deporting people at the borders, tourists coming in at airports, that would have to stop. Now, all of a sudden, you have a lot of people who can't land in the United States to get to the Caribbean. And since the United States is the number one tourist country for the DR and Canada is number two, you understand one thing. Combined, those two countries alone are nearly responsible and have been responsible for 60% of all tourists landing on the island. So if that is the number, and all of a sudden you have a problem where instead of 60%, it's closer to 52%, that's 6% on 3 to 3.5 million visitors. You guys can do math. That would be 200,000 people roughly. Less people from the number one countries that spend money when they come visit. So wow, now you understand there's going to be a problem. So let me ask you guys who are watching this. If you know what I just told you, what do you think hotel occupancy will do? What should you see in 2025? I gave you the numbers. So do you think the occupancy rate will be the same for hotels and short-term rentals in 2025? Do you think it'll be higher or lower? This is open mic night. So make sure you guys put it down there. All right. In the chat room. EV Place is in the house. Speaking of Dominican Republic investing, he's one of them. He's also a business owner. He's also a member of the SSN Nation Stop Struggling Now YouTube channel, which I humbly appreciate. And stock market investing, as you know, ChatGPT said. So welcome, EV Place, to the SSN Nation. MLK, Martin Luther King, whoever doesn't know that, holiday live edition. And he brings his tagline this evening. Good evening. I hope you are all doing well. Yes, we're doing great, man. Now that you've shown up, I appreciate it. And by the way, 2026 is no different than ever before. If there's ever anybody that's a part of the SSN Nation and you start a business, you need to drop it down in the comment sections, because I have no problem with supporting people that are actually trying. So therefore, speaker systems, home entertainment systems, speaker systems in your vehicle. You know, a lot of you guys who are investors, you have classic cars because you know classic cars go up in value year after year because they don't make them anymore. The sound systems, they don't make them old garbage ones anymore either. They make new badass ones. And EV Place, he does car stereo systems that go boom and clean. So therefore, new technology does matter, ladies and gentlemen. And by the way, the new technology doesn't cost you like them Alpine systems. Doesn't cost you like these systems that they charge you and say, oh yeah, it's 15 grand. Oh, it's 10 grand for you to have this system that we put in your car. I'm like, hold up, man. I can pay $1,000 to $1,500 and sound better than that system and enter EV Place. Ladies and gentlemen, you go over to eBay, go see his system, 700 watts of renewable energy. What do we mean by renewable? When you're driving down the street, you're using your renewable energy pack to recharge. And you can run your system. You can, add on to it. It doesn't have to be just you can have 4 pods. And instead of only having up to 2 hours, you can have up to 4 hours with your car not running, not affecting your battery for your vehicle. So you get to go vroom, vroom after you've had 4 hours of sound. I'm just saying. So here's where you go to find out, ladies and gentlemen. The cost is so ridiculously low. My God, ladies and gentlemen. So I put it in the chat room. This is where you go. You go check them out, show some love. Let them know you're from the SSN Nation. All right, let's get to it. This is business, ladies and gentlemen. Just like, oh my, Chat GPT. They're not done. Hold on. Let's keep going. They're talking about the Dominican Republic. Okay, let's go. We're on number 2. Several recent Stop Stumbling Now episodes mention tourism in Dominican Republic, real estate development specifically, including projects around Punta Cana and short-term rental opportunities like Airbnb hosting. The reason why it's Punta Cana is because 60% of all air travel lands at which airport? Obviously, Punta Cana. Now you understand why Punta Cana, but the whole island gets the benefit for more tourists overall, right? That's what you got to remember. That opens up new areas that previously weren't really tourist hotspots, which also gives you an opportunity as well. All right. Now, look at here, number 3. He would encourage do your research before buying. One episode's theme, you make profit before real estate buying. Oh, they're inventorying, they're categorizing. Suggests Bird emphasizes making decisions rooted in research and sound financial evaluation, not just hyper easy promises on the Amazon Prime podcast. Oh my, it's so delicious when somebody gets it. Oh my. So he'd likely caution on understanding occupancy, seasonality, and cost before jumping in. Damn, this got to be a PDF. What the heck's going on? Evaluating how short-term rentals perform compared to long-term holds, including fees and local regulations. My. Number 4, he'd tie it to mindset and diversified income. Speaking of that diversified income, stocks, real estate, already. Stocks, real estate, Bitcoin, already. What else, ladies and gentlemen? Your health is a matter of national security for you and your family. And gold and silver. All right? Now, a common thread on Stop Struggling Now is that millionaires average multiple income streams and don't struggle financially by diversifying sources of cash flow. Real estate, including STRs, fits into that narrative as a way to create income beyond a single job. I love this. Man, talk about press clippings. Likely summary of his advice in his own style. Oh, let's see what they say. Short-term rentals in the Dominican Republic, because I haven't read this, right? Short-term rentals in the Dominican Republic are exciting opportunity if you do your homework. Tourism is strong and properties can cash flow, but you should analyze occupancy cost and regulations before buying. And always treat real estate as one stream of income, not the only one. Oh, if you want, I can dig up specific quotes or summarize this exact words for relevant podcast episodes. Just let me know. Oh my, I love this. This is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen. This is how people can get drastically smarter in a shorter period of time when you simply ask Chat GPT about something. How sweet is that? Let me know what you guys think out here. I find this highly thrilling. And speaking of thrilling, let's get to the truth trill. 100, underline twice. Thank you so much for that. And oh, by the way, a donation, which I humbly appreciate. Thank you so much. The truth trill, and welcome to the SSN Nation. MLK Money Making Holiday Live Edition. And he also brings, what's good, man? I'm here. Just been buying up stuff, making money. That's exactly what you should be doing over this holiday weekend. Opportunity knocks every day. And the truth trill is also doing business to start off 2026. That's the way we got to do it. I jumped out of PLTY at 52. I'm 2,500 up total in 10 weeks. I'm glad it got to 52. I was a little worried, EV Place, because I saw 40 something. And I don't know if it was like last week or if it was like the last day on Friday. All I know is I was like, oh no, I know he bought higher than that or about that. So exit out and keep the profit, ladies and gentlemen. See this right here. This is what we talk about. He's talking about Yield Max ETF, true to form. This is what we're talking about. The Chat GPT, diversified income and assets, mandatory for your future. You have 11 months, 2.5 weeks left to make sure your debt is in order and you have a 775 or up credit score. Why? If you're new here, it's because there's 0% interest on credit cards right now, up to 24 months. I'm predicting in about 6 to 8 months, it's going to be even higher. 0% interest for 3 years. That's why I need your score at 775. We can get the 24 at 750 credit score, 725. Who cares? You need that premium blend, ladies and gentlemen. You want that 36 month because it's going to be a premium, whatever they decide to do. They're going to be hunting you down after all these people default on their credit cards. All-time record high in credit cards and still rising. So therefore, they're going to be looking for people that pay. A huge advantage, and keep your expenses low. Your debt to income low on your credit cards. They don't want people that's going to sit there and hold if you have a 5,000 credit card and it's at 4,500. They're happy you're doing it as long as you pay, because you're going to be paying that 17 to 25 to 37% interest. But if you don't pay, do you know how much money these guys are writing off, which is also a business maneuver? But the fact of the matter is they would rather have somebody have a 5,000 credit card, charge $3,000 and give them the $3,000 every month and keep a low balance. That's why there will be a premium on your credit scores at the end of this year, if not sooner, depending on what this regime does, because they are off the charts with their financial silliness. All right. I'm very happy to hear this, EV Place. Congratulations. Thank you for letting everybody know, because that's what we talked about here. Brian P., Mr. Dividend, is in the house. He took advantage of Yield Max ETF as well, starting about almost 3 years ago. So again, welcome to the SSN Nation MLK Money Making Monday Holiday Edition. And He brings his tagline this evening. Happy day, Eric. Thank you. Happy day to you. I hope all is well with you and your family. Yes, it is. Happy day, SSN family. Smash that like button. That's right. Give it a one piece, ladies and gentlemen. Don't be shy. Now, there you go. Here's the eBay so you can get that sound system, renewable energy sound system that you don't have to use your battery. You guys know what I'm talking about when you're trying to do your custom cars or regular car and you want to chill at the park. How long can you run your battery before you can't start your car? Let's get real out here, ladies and gentlemen. Some of you don't know what I'm talking about, and some of you do know what I'm talking about. How many of you are at your selling stuff like I used to, Dish Network, out of the auction site where they didn't have electricity, and I had to run an inverter off my battery? We didn't have renewable energy power back then. So I would eventually have to time it and be like, dang, I can only run this for like 3 hours. So 3 hours, I'm going to be out here for the next 7 to 8. So therefore, I can't have this on the whole time if I want to be able to start my car because it would run down your batteries. So therefore, new technology allows you to do more. And for the little bit of cost, just saying, it comes in more than handy than just listening to your music, because I told you I was using it for a business. If I would have had it, I would have had it at my business. I could have had 4 hours of not having to worry about anything during that day. That would have been impressive. All right. Just saying. This is what happens. Brian P., his tagline: we are making money in here. Right on. I'm up in silver and crypto. Congratulations. A little bit of crypto, a little bit of gold and silver, just like Chat GPT says. Diversification, always mandatory. That's how the wealthy do it. They are diversified. Joe Nay on the island as we speak. Welcome to the SSN Nation MLK Money Making Monday Holiday Edition. And he brings his tagline this evening. Very happy to see you. Good evening, everybody. I hope everybody is well on this MLK Holiday Monday. Like always, I just smashed that like button, gave it a one piece. And he says, smash that like button, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Thank you. Very happy to see you, Joe Nay, another investor in the house, ladies and gentlemen, and investor in the Dominican Republic as well. Silver up. Of course, it's going to be up. Just like I said, it's going to be a short squeeze. This isn't hard to figure out. You know why? Because people are worried about the rogue nation, the United States, the most powerful economic country in the last 100 years, going rogue, printing money like no tomorrow, threatening people with economic harm. And I'm talking about countries with economic harm. They're like, hold up. We don't have to put up with this. We don't need your currency, but we can buy gold and silver. And now we can barter with anybody. So let's buy it all up and forget these guys. So people are doing that, and countries are doing it, and banks on top of countries need gold and silver. And then we need self-preservation. Because if you have a business such as chips, computers, tablets, electronics, you might need silver, you might need gold, you might need platinum. And guess what starts happening? Countries start restricting movement and getting rid of to your supposed allies. You start preserving it, going, oh no, no, we can't ship out no more. No, if you don't have it, that's why if you don't hold it, you don't own it. Same rules apply with crypto as with gold and silver. If you're going to the bank and saying, hey, man, I want to buy 100 ounces of silver or gold, and they go, oh, don't worry, we'll take the money. We're going to put you on the unallocated list. And you're like, what's that mean? Well, that just means you're just unallocated. So if you come in and you need all those, we'll just get it from a person source and bring it back because they're using fractional reserve system. They don't have to hold it, but they can collect the money. So ultimately, you have an imbalance. You have allocated, let's say I have 100 ounces allocated. Somebody else bought 100 ounces unallocated. The allocated is in the house. The other 100 ounces for the unallocated, guess what? If there's a run, and if some country doesn't want to send any gold, silver, precious metals to your country to cover the unallocated, guess what's going to happen? Bad things are going to happen because your bank is going to go, oh, I'm sorry, man. We collected the money, but we can't give you the physical silver. I'm sorry. This is how they kept the prices down, ladies and gentlemen, with fake orders. I call it. They call it unallocated. I call it fraud. But nonetheless, so now since they can't, you're going, hey man, this thing went up to $95. I wanna get my silver in my hands. And they say, hold up, son, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We can't give it to you. It's unallocated. We don't have it. We're trying to order it in. You might have to wait for a few weeks. You're like, what? Wait a minute. What are you saying? That's right, ladies and gentlemen. So now you're going to have a short squeeze because not only does the unallocated person want delivery of his silver, EV companies want silver, computer companies, chip companies, they need silver and gold. All of a sudden, a short squeeze starts happening because now these people are going to pay more to get their hands on it who haven't been in the unallocated and already given their money. Do you see where this goes? So, countries are going to start stashing it themselves and going, hold on, we have a no sell order. Sorry, you can't get it. We ain't selling it. We're keeping it. And that creates another short squeeze scenario. So when Trumpster says 25% tariff against other countries if you're going to do something with silver and gold and all this, do you understand that if another country has gold and silver and other things, and now you need it, and it's going to cost 25% more to bring it here to America? The people in America, you're going to pay 1/4 more of the price to get it? Corporations will, individuals won't. So therefore, that increases the price by default because corporations will go, well, we'll pay the 160. Bingo. Winners. Now you guys understand how this works. Let's get back to Dominican Republic Real Estate Investing 2026 new and old analysis. Ladies and gentlemen, I will get into this shortly. Silver is up for sure. Tamara Larry, welcome another investor in the house to the SSN Nation MLK Money Making Holiday Edition. Thank you so much for being in the house. Hopefully everything's going well with you and the fam. And brings her tagline. It's simple. Hello all. Hello to you. Thank you once again. Jonay, first time I'm not on my way to Davos. Oh, you went. Oh, my. And people don't understand. Davos is where these fraud activities occur. These guys, oh, Jonay, I don't know how you didn't go to Davos, man. Because this year, I would love to be a fly on the wall there. Because they have a lot to talk about. The whole system is about to go down. Well, I never thought it was going to happen in my lifetime, but it could easily go sideways in the next 2 to 3 years, ladies and gentlemen, which I expect. That's why you only have 11 months and a half to get your stuff in order. You'll have a runway, don't worry. But all I'm saying is it's going to get very, very dicey because everybody's going to their respective corners because they don't know what's happening with the global leader, United States, and their economy and if they rather invest in our stock market, real estate, or not. So let's get back to it. I'm sorry to hear that because I would have loved to find out what happens over there before it comes out in videos because they only give clips. Mine's at 725. Oh my God. Love it. Love it. Start your car up at 2.5 hours. There you go. There you go. Or longer because you can connect another pack. Now you got 4 hours or 4.5 hours. Depends on how much wattage you're actually drawing. So you could be half a day because most of the time you do something between 8 or 9 if you're doing car shows till 3 or 4. So you could imagine the show doesn't start till 9. So now you got 9 to 1. I mean, that's not bad. And then you can easily go another 2 hours. That's the funny part. This is sweet. All right, let's go. Gonna be serious next couple of months in the U.S. EU is serious. EU is seriously talking about stopping all trade with the U.S. I know, man. I know. This is what people don't understand. I told you guys before. When you don't know history, then you are way down the line. History shows America did this 100 years ago, ladies and gentlemen. The Trumpster's not doing anything new, and the results are the same. Bad news for America. This led to what you know as the Great Depression. Isolationism is what they called it back then because the rest of the world was like, we don't have to buy from you. We'll just buy from each other. We have manufacturing facilities. So what are we doing? Oh, and the worst part, we're not going to buy from your companies. So now your citizens have to buy from your own companies and corporations. See ya. And that's what's happening right now. That's why we have a loss in manufacturing jobs. That's why we have a loss in livable wage jobs. That's why we're having losses of all-time record high transportation company bankruptcies. You heard me. So if you can't transport, now all of a sudden transportation cost is going to rise because you have less transportation companies. And now people can't afford that. And you have less jobs. Do you see how this goes, ladies and gentlemen? In fact, this is not serious talk. It's going to happen. This is the MO from 100 years ago. Remember, these countries are thousands of years old. America's only like 500. They've already done this playbook around the world several times. America's not the only country that tried this nonsense with tariffs. It's nonsensical. There's no winning. It only wins for the people saying the rhetoric so they can steal from you, so they can make corporations charge you more money, increase inflation on the backs of taxpayers. It's not a capitalist system. This is a communist system when you do tariffs because you're restricting trade. There is no freedom of competition. That's a closed loop system. And now your government says, deal with it. It's patriotic for me to collect your gold and silver because our paper's worth nothing. So you should give it to us. It's patriotic that prices are higher. You should just pay the higher prices. And by the way, we'll give tax cuts and tax breaks to the rich guys. But you're still going to be paying your fucking taxes. And Dominican Republic is no different. Remember, they're in Spain. They're a Spain country. Spain, EU, United States does the same thing. They print more money. So they too, if we're investing there, their peso has moved up. It's no longer 58. It's no longer 59 pesos to $1. It's in the 60s. It was in the early 60s, 61, 60, whatever. Now, I believe it's at 63. And I told you guys a year and a half ago this would happen because In order to build their infrastructure, you know what they have to do? They have to tax their citizens. But if your citizens only average $12,000 USD annually, where are they going to get the tax money for hundreds of billions of dollars to improve their electric grid, their water supply, their sewer, for starters, roads, bridges? Where are they going to get the money from? The IMF, Japan, that's where they've been getting it from. United States, China, some countries in EU, they're borrowing money. And then they have to print a little because they sell bonds too, even though they're worthless. But hey, somebody could be buying their bonds at 70 cents or 80 cents USD. But remember, bonds allow them to print money, and that means that causes inflation, adding money to your money supply. And worse, they're going to owe a percentage annually on that, probably 6 or 7%. So now you understand they have an IOU to a whole bunch of people for billions of dollars every year and rising, which decreases the value of your currency, which means it'll be 62 to 63 to 1 in 2026. But in 2027, it's going to be a little bit higher. Do you understand how this works? So if you're investing in the Dominican Republic, your property values are going to increase. But that does you no good, because if you don't have enough tourists for your short-term rentals coming to the island in the first place, you're not going to have a high occupancy rate, which does nobody any good. So there is the problem. There is the rub. And now if you go to the island, and because my 960 peso La Bruja barbecue rib special is no longer 960 pesos, it's 1150 pesos. Except now, if it's 63 to 1, it was 1150 peso move up when it was 61 to 1. So now 63 to 1 means it costs me more dollars, US dollars, to eat there. So now it's almost $20 for the same meal that used to be 13 bucks, 14 bucks. This starts adding up. So instead of alcohol being 5, 7 bucks, they're going to make it 15, 20. Do you understand how this works? So again, this is going to affect what happens as far as tourist valuations. This also means less tourists is going to come. So what's the occupancy rate going to do? It's going to drop. Now, all of you who did not heed the warning when I said you should be buying at 0.1%, and you need to go do your research, check out Airbnb, check out Airbntics. That's AIRBNTICS. Air DNA. Paying attention to the news and information from Dominican Today, Caribbean Journal when they give out numbers, or go to Tourism Analytics. So you know what we're going to do right now? We're going to go to Tourism Analytics. We're going to go with Dominican Republic. We're going to go pull that up, ladies and gentlemen. All right. It's about Joe Nay. Joe Nay's on it, ladies and gentlemen. Check out the news, man. I can't check out the news right now, but we'll get into it. We'll get into it. DIM pals and other investors here, ladies and gentlemen. Stock market. And apparently he does very well. He does some other type of trading. Welcome to the SSN Nation MLK Money Making Monday Holiday Edition. And he brings his tagline, good evening, stay motivated. That's exactly what we have to do out here because it's only going to get harder except for those who are trying to do investments. This 80% of the population living paycheck to paycheck, it's going to be very, very bad winter. That's all I'm going to say. Because if you are not figuring out how to clear some debt, and by the way, findhelp.org. If you need help in the United States, go to findhelp.org. Thank you, Matthew Lesko, for letting me and everybody here in the SSN Nation know for coming here a year and a half ago and telling findhelp.org. That's right. Go look, put in your zip code. You will see all kinds of things down there that can help you, your family, your loved ones, people you don't even know. All right? Go check it out. And if you want to go find out about more about him, you go to Lesko Help, Lesko help.com, Lesko help.com. Anybody know Miami, Indiana? What's the score? What's the outcome? Did the U finally do something they haven't done in over 20 years? Win the national championship? They've been playing very, very good ball, but there's a difference when you're ranked 10 and you're playing the number one squad. But you never know how people get when pressure's on the line. All right. Thank you for being in the house, DIM pals. Very, very happy to see you. Oil too. I'm up. Can't forget about oil. Oil is the same. First of all, oil is in a very precarious situation. Regional oil companies laying people off, going out of business because oil being under $60 a barrel is not good for U.S. oil manufacturing. Refineries, not good. So now you're losing livable wage jobs again. That is what's happening. And the reverse happened. And now you're going to have, now, if everybody doesn't understand oil, this has nothing to do with Dominican Republic, new and old analysis, but it does because number one tourist is from the United States that go there. So all these people getting laid off that would be the ones traveling will not be coming. They have livable wage jobs. Shut off. All right? This is very, very simple. So now you have regional oil companies, their refineries being shut down because it costs too much money. The oil prices aren't high enough. It's got to be over, let's call it can be 58, but it's got to be, just say over 60, just to make it good. All right, we're good. Over 60. Once you get under 60 and less, hold on. Stop the oil refineries. You know what happens when you reduce how much oil you're putting in the market, just like OPEC? Then gas prices are going to go up. Wintertime, you're not affected because less people use gas in the winter. But soon as it thaws out and it gets into the spring, that's when you're going to find out the true cost of oil. And I highly doubt that it's going to be as cheap as now. Just saying. If we keep this up, and by the way, they're going to keep it up. You know why? Because the other countries are going to exchange oil a different way. They may barter so they don't have to use US dollars. They may say, like what Venezuela did, China, we'll give you our oil if you do some new refineries in our country. No US dollars needed. And by the way, since no US dollars are needed, less are going to be going around the world, killing killing off the US dollar in essence. So that's how they got new refineries from China. You don't need to pay us. We won't accept US dollars, China says. We'll make a deal. You give us X amount of barrels, we'll build refineries in your country. They said, bet, deal. See how this works, ladies and gentlemen? Other countries did the same thing because those other countries are in BRICS. Helping the United States circulate their dollars, that's not in their best interest. Because just like the United States does not want to return $7 billion of gold of Venezuela's that's in US banks, now you understand when terrorism is economic. Just like if you went down to the bank and somebody said, "Oh man, I'm sorry, you can't get your money out." And you go, "Why?" And they say, "Well, because we don't like you." But wait, I thought it was safe here. Yeah, okay. we got good stories for you, but it ain't safe here. What made you think that? We've been doing this to our own citizens. Why are you keeping money in our banks? Are you serious right now? Just saying, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Dominican Republic, they're operating on a different situation. Their banking system is not up to par with the US. Their banking system, in my estimation, is like it's 1987. It's in the 80s. They still make you sign forms and sit in there for 30 to 40 minutes or longer. Then, in some banks, they won't even give you your bank account same day. I know. Pretty wild. So their banking system has to be up to IMF, USA standards. So they're lagging behind with that. So once you start doing Dominican Republic lagging behind and you understand what other countries are doing, now you understand why this thing about giving these corporations that come to the Dominican Republic to build these massive, awesome hotels, these companies that show up talking about we're building these awesome projects, real estate projects, and the country going, no worries, we're not going to charge you any import taxes. We're not going to charge you anything for bringing in millions of dollars worth of equipment as long as you agree to Comfortour. I'm going to ask you guys again, where's the tax money going to come from if you're giving the richest corporations building tourism destinations and you're not charging them taxes on billions of dollars, actually trillions of dollars, because all they had to do was sign up for Comfortour. That's pretty sad. They got their real estate boom from 2018 to 2024. Now they have a problem because a lot of people do not have their projects from 2018 to 2022 are not finished. So you have millions of people who now have friends, family, and acquaintances asking them, "Man, what happened to your unit that you were so excited about in 2020? What happened in 2019 when you said you were going to DR, getting your real estate? What happened, man? We're thinking about going to the DR. We can rent your spot." And then when they say, "Oh yeah, man, it ain't done yet," they're like, "Wait a minute, it's been like 5 years. What are you talking about? It's been 6 years." Yeah, man, it's late. And now you have millions of people telling would-be investors, we're 5 years late. We're 4 years late. We're 6 years late. We're 8 years late. And by the way, we gave them numbers, 70 grand. It was supposed to be delivered in 2023. It cost us 80% down. We had to give it to them by December of 2023. Wait, you bought it for 200,000 and you had to give them 160 and it's still not done? So they've been holding your money while the stock market's going up, all-time record highs? Yeah, that becomes a problem. So the analysis is you are now, after you peak, you have tons of people investing. Now all of a sudden, not so much. People are more leery. And being more leery means they start looking at other opportunities in different locations. And they also hem and haw. So now you have less real estate agents out there to promote the product that at one time you had 1,000 real estate agents promoting all over the country in each city. Now it's dwindled so much that it is meaning less units will be sold by developers. It's not going to be as fast as before. And now things start changing when you have the number one country not sending their numbers. Let's go. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, talking about the numbers. The oil, though, that comes back to haunt us. Miami 0 to Indiana 10. Uh-oh. Let me know if it's first half, second half. National champion. They won 10-0. Okay. That would be interesting. Look for knee-jerk reactions from traders. Long and short might create opportunities. You're doggone right. It will. It will. Once you guys understand what's happening, pay attention. There's going to be opportunities. National championship. So, Indiana won. Let me know. When I used to sleep in my car in the wintertime, I ran it all night and sleep good. That was in '05. Man, I hope and I see that you have come back from a long way through all of the turmoil. Man, that is wild. Here we go. Countries are ditching the dollar and backing up with gold. Banks are doing the same thing also, exactly. And the problem is there's unallocated buyers. So they do fractional shares with gold, silver, and precious metals as well. So now they could have collected $1 trillion, but they only have 1/10 of the value, 100 billion, in physical gold, but they allocated the other 900 billion. And now all of a sudden people go, well, wait a minute. I gave this to you when it was only $12 for silver. And now it's 95, 100, let's say, because it's going to be 100 soon. These people are like, damn, I want my 100. I want my 500 ounces. I want my 300 ounces. And they're saying, I'm sorry, we can't deliver. You're going to have to wait. The wait may never come. So you know what happens next? They tell them, well, if you want your allocation, we'll do a settlement with you and we'll give you like 60% of the value. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Do you know where you live? I do. That's what's going to happen. It's probably happening as we speak. That's what's happening. See, they don't tell you this. Our system is not what you think it is. Regulated. No, it's regulated for your ass, but not for the guys at the top. All right? Just saying. Joe Nay, he knows what I'm talking about. The truth. When I used to sleep, I know, man. I know. I like that. Thank you. You can come back, ladies and gentlemen, even though it could always get worse. All right? Here we go. Europe is the largest trade bloc, exactly. Services and goods in the world. The EU can navigate complex international trade and maintain economic independence. Exactly what I've been trying to tell people, Joe Nay. There's too many people that believe the propaganda that America says we're number one. America's not number one in anything but mass killings, keeping people locked up. Those are the two things. Murder. Just saying. All right. You're not number one in anything else. That's the thing. It's crazy. We used to be the guys that said we're not taking mediocrity. We're going to try and be number one in science, technologies, capital, and investing, the real stuff. Now all of a sudden, that participation trophy stuff in the 1980s, those people are now grown and running the country. So they think just because they're in government, they get a participation trophy. They don't have to be the best. In the meantime, we're getting screwed. That's why we talked about Dominican Republic real estate. No credit check, no qualifying, no barriers to entry. But now those days are coming to an end because the values of the real estate have increased in most of the places. Like, for instance, the highest places before, the hottest places, you could get a one bedroom. Like EV Place got a one bedroom in Los Corrales, and it was like 60 G's. Penthouse unit. Okay. Now you can't buy a one bedroom generally in Los Corrales for less than 150 G's, 170 G's. That's right. You heard me. Appreciation. Lovely for everybody that bought when they should have in 2018 through 2023. You're now with a big smile on your face when you get delivery, because now you have options. Even if you can't get the rental money, at least you can put it on the market and say, hey, who's going to give me 150? Who's going to give me 140? And take your cash and go home. You don't have to wait to collect $40,000, $50,000 flush by renting it, right? You don't have any risk of hurricanes or any other risk of low tourism numbers that you may have to deal with. I have the tourism thing on the screen. All right. But that's exactly right, Joe Nay. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go look. All right. I'm going to go through this. Indiana 10, Miami 7. Uh-oh. Here we go. Can it be the U? By the way, story night. I almost went to the U. I was trying to figure out, am I going to go to University of Florida? Am I going to go to the U? Or am I going to go to Florida State? So I applied at the U, all three, North Carolina. I played a little hoops, so I was trying to figure out where I can go. New Mexico State. So those, and there must have been one other, but those are the top places. So then I started, Florida State. It's in Tallahassee. I don't want to be up there, really. The U, it's not in Miami. It's in Coral Gables in that rich section of town at the time. I'm like, maybe. That might be cool. So I kept them in the top three. North Carolina, they said, yeah, come on down. But I was like, I can't play there. You got guys like superstars that play there. So I won't get no run. I can't play. So New Mexico was just a small school, Albuquerque. I was like, yeah, I might go there. So they were in my top three. And then U of F was in my top three. So it just panned out where I chose U of F. Gainesville. The funny part to the story is, because you never know how life turns out, University of New Mexico, they get NCAA sanctions. They lose their whole scholarship the year I would have went there. I'm sitting there laughing like, golly. They had to have people from like intramurals playing. That was funny stuff. But anyhow, just had to say it. All right, post-retirement travel. Welcome to the SSN Nation. MLK Money Making Monday Holiday Edition. Another investor is here, another investor in the DR, and he knows what I'm talking about because he is one of those affected by the boom from 2020 to 2023, 2024, that at the time, if you would have had delivery, you would have had a high occupancy rate. There we go. And I got to give his tagline, hello all, let's do this. Another investor's here across the board. Remember, you need a bank account outside the United States. Okay, just saying. You need a business or real estate outside the United States. Offshore banking, does that sound familiar for the rich guys? You need it too. You're the rich people too. You need it. Even on a smaller scale, you need it. All right? Now, real estate wise, Dominican Republic was doing awesome. But now, true to form, what do you guys think was going to happen if you have lower tourist numbers, or shall I say, barely higher tourist numbers? What do you think is going to happen to the occupancy rate, like I discussed at the beginning of this, when you add more hotel rooms and more short-term rentals? What's going to happen with occupancy for hotels? This does not take rocket science. All right? But here you go. Look at this. Stopover visitors, you can see right here in this box, 8.86. I was close. Last year, 8.53. I was close. That's 325,000 more. That's it. About 30, 29,000 per month, somewhere like that. That's it. Okay. That's it. You divide that by 4. You can do the numbers. That's 9,300 or something. But now you say, well, there's 2 people in a party. Now you can figure out the numbers. 4,800. They built more than 4,800 new units of short-term rentals and hotels. It's actually double that, how many units they put on the market. More than double it, almost triple it when you combine both of them. So now if you add 12 to 15,000 new units of hotel rooms and potential short-term rentals on the island, and you only add 29,000 people more per week, because the average stay by most people is 7.5 days, you can see a problem, because now we have 10,000 potential units over our supply, plus the previous year, we have an oversupply. So now all of a sudden it starts stacking. Now you go, we got 25,000 units over that. So now if we can't meet the overall demand at 80 to 90% or 90, 95, we are going to have a problem. It's very simple mathematics, and you could start seeing what happens when the economy starts going a little sour south. But you can see right here, almost the same numbers is not going to cut it. Plus, when you have the 2%, so you only have a 3.8% for, we only have 300 and some thousand, 325,000 new people. Not good. Foreigners are spending 1,400. Yes, because the peso went up. Right? They charge more on their menus now. So by default, it's going to cost more. Just like this year is going to cost more than the previous year. So telling me it's 2.7% more, that just means it's inflation. We just don't know how much. I mean, we can go to statistic 1 to go find out. All right. So foreigners, as you can see, spend less. You see, $200 per visit. So again, just remember what starts happening during these quarters. You have a negative 7.7%, and now you get averages that start being, instead of 1,300, you start seeing 1,100. Then you go to the other quarter, 1,279. Then you see this quarter, 1,279. All's good until it's not. But you can see year over year, these little negative red numbers mean something. That is actual tourism dollars that's not there from the previous year. All right. The average is lower. Look at this. This is important. Look at these airports. Guess the number one airport is, look here, 5,418,000. Look at this, negative 8.5% for Punta Cana. Puerto Plata, negative 7.7%. Look at this, Santo Domingo, negative 4.9%. Punta Cana and Santo Domingo are the top two airports by the numbers. By themselves, they are at 7.3 million passengers. True to form, Punta Cana, 61.2%. You guys see that? They're still 60%, whereas Santo Domingo's 21%. Sabao is 11%. But again, even they have a negative 0.7%. And look at La Isabela, down 16%. Look at Kate Samana, down 7%. You see this trending. This is not going to change in 2026, in my opinion, because now the Venezuela situation also shut down air in the Caribbean for a day or two, but you never know if there's another flare up. Now, all of a sudden, tourism is going to be affected. Here goes the numbers again. Overall tourists, the usual. USA and Canada lead, 3.2 million by air. For USA, Canada 1.1, and then a huge drop off. Argentina 440,000, Colombia 399,000, Puerto Rico, which I don't understand, that's a US territory, why it wouldn't be included up here, but okay, 200,000. You understand, if USA and Canada drop like this again, who's going to replace the numbers just for this year? If you have well, I anticipate another drop. Let's just call it what it is. But now you understand 36.9 plus 12.9, which I'll round up, 37 plus 13. Guess what, ladies and gentlemen? That is not 60%. That is 50% because of these numbers. And these two countries are the ones that spend to invest the most. So now you start to understand, you're building more hotel units, more, and projects that haven't been delivered yet are now coming online. You have thousands of units being put online, and you're having thousands of people that aren't coming, and thousands of people that will not be investing anyways. So now this starts to be a problem going forward. Let me know what you guys think. Here's the sea visitors. Now, again, I don't really care about sea visitors because they only stay there for less than a few hours. So great for the areas. But again, you start seeing, look at these numbers in June, July, August, September, October, negatives. And all you get is a 5.6% return, which is only like 150,000 more people. That's not going to cut it at those cruise ports, right? So basically, you're stagnant, in my opinion. There's no boom, is what I'm trying to get at. Hotel, of course, we know what's going to happen with hotels. We have higher unit availability and less tourists. So, of course, it's going to be negative during almost 3/4 of the year. And true to form, negative 1.4%. So again, 75% occupancy average is not good, is really not good. Just so you guys understand, you need these numbers just so you understand. If you're trying to do short-term rentals on an island, it's different than if you're in a city. Islands are their own different situation. People have to fly there. All right. You're not going to get somebody driving by, right? They have to actually spend money on airline tickets. And they have to, if they have 2 or 3 or 4 people in their party, spend all the airline tickets and pay for hotels in advance. All right. So now, if you start understanding the significance of these numbers, this is why I'm going to suggest some things right now. We'll just cut to the chase. If you have not bought in the DR, your no credit check, no qualifying, no barrier to entry days are over. The reason why I say that is because there's no reason to buy pre-construction. Because what's going to end up happening due to less visitors who are coming and less visitors who will invest, because prices are now double or more from previous years, now the numbers will not make sense for return on investment, which is your number one thing. If I can't get 0.1% and use that as my rental number, so if I buy something for 100,000 and 0.1% is $100, I should be able to rent my place for $100 or more. Why? Because I'm going to give probably 30 to 40% or 50% of my income to management, HOAs, and if you have a mortgage, then yes, you will be giving up 50 to 55%. And so if I have 50%, which is 180 days per year, I can still almost make double digits. But here's the problem. If I now go and buy a $170,000 one bedroom in Los Corrales, and I need to make $170 per night, which is for the week 1,600, and I can only charge 1,000 or 900 or 800, that means my occupancy is going to have to be higher than 50%. Mathematics do not lie. So now I need 80%. And if I don't get 80%, I'm drowning and I'm going to be in single digits. And I could be in a low 2, 3, 4%. And if you're going to be in a 2, 3, 4% scenario, good luck. Because now you are at risk every month of having to worry about if you're going to have enough people to come where you're not going to have to pay for your expenses. And there's going to be a hell of a lot of competition to drive down the price because tourism numbers are lower. This is why analysis continues down this path. Let me know what you guys think. All right. Let me know what you guys think. I want to hear. Let me know. Well, I have oil crypto. I'm up almost 1,000, put in 1,500. I love it. I love it. This is something I like. Zabak, the midget, is in the house. Yeah, man. Welcome to the SSN Nation MLK Money Making Holiday Edition. Very happy to see you once again. The price of the brick going up. Exactly. There you go. No way around it. And since you're creating inflation on the island of Dominican Republic, and there's inflation for the visitors coming, Canadians, Americans are the number 1 and 2 countries. You're going to have less people coming because the cost of living has risen and now affects their tourism dollars. So now you have 2 things going on by both countries, and now the brick is going up, the cement is going up. So we can no longer get things that are going to be in the better locations for $100, $75,000. If you're trying to be in one of the top locations without something new being built. Joe Nay would say, Eric, You know about Jardines 2, 3, and 4, which are reasonably priced. But again, they are not in the number 1 or 2 or 3 areas right now. But you know what? If somebody can buy a 1-bedroom for 60 grand, a 2-bedroom for 90 or something, that puts them in a position where they can charge $90 per night, $60 per night, even though some people would say, well, Eric, that's only $450 a week. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. So if that area is going to make new buildings, new infrastructure, and accommodate what used to be there, which was low income areas. Gentrification is what I'm referring to, ladies and gentlemen. Now, all of a sudden, you make another spot that people go, oh, hell yeah, I'll stay over there for $500 for the week. And when you have lower tourism numbers, guess who's going to win? Other areas are going to win because people will say, well, why is this guy trying to charge me $150 per night? Well, because he bought his unit for $200, $170. So he can't charge, well, shouldn't be charging, $40, $50, $60, $70 a night, because that means he's making no money. So therefore, the other place, when somebody goes, well, I can spend $500 and stay in a 2-bedroom or 1-bedroom, 1.5-bath joint. Hold on a second. And then they rationalize and go, well, yeah, it's not downtown. It's not in this other area. But hey, it's up and coming. Look, they got a supermarket. They got some shopping center areas. And look, by the way, they have Bavaro Entertainment Center over here. Wait a minute. Hold on. We're going to go on these little tours and stuff like that. Anyhow, it's right up the street. And look at all this new stuff. They got villas over here. This is cool spot now. Hold on. That is what the advantage will be. And the other advantage will be there will be people who are now getting their units delivered. The realtors or projects are telling people, well, yeah, in 2003, you could have bought first phase for $99,000. But now it's $170,000 for a 1-bedroom. Well, see, those people that bought for $99,000, they're going to have theirs delivered and they won't be selling theirs for $170 because nobody's going to be buying it. You have less tourists, so they're going to go, well, give me $150. They're going to undercut the pre-construction prices. So that will be a problem too. Do you understand the dominoes, ladies and gentlemen? If anybody disagrees, I'd love to hear it. Again, let's go. Okay, here we go. Round trip tickets to Punta Cana from Orlando, around $400, and JetBlue Extra, including free alcohol. Not bad. Time to roll, team. This right here is a perfect example. Again, did you just say 400 round trip? Are you talking about per person from Orlando to DR? Hold on, man. Hold on. That's crazy. You're telling me for 2 people, that's $800. Am I going to stay in an Airbnb or am I going to stay in an all-inclusive? Now, Orlando is one of the hubs, just like Miami, where you can find the cheapest prices to DR. That means other places outside of Florida and New York could cost people $600 per person. Now, I'm just going to say this because a lot of people aren't in the travel business. But now what starts happening, if you get to $650, all right, let me get something on the screen because I don't have any need for this anymore because all the analysis is already in stone. Let me show you guys something. Let me do like Major cities. So let me do something like uh, what's it? Chicago, right? Chicago to Paris. Round trip. February. Well, that's not a good month. Even March isn't a good month, but okay. Price. See, who wants to go to Paris? Some people would say, I don't. Some people will say, I do. But see, here is the problem. See this right here? 400 to 6. Look at this. March, 500 for budget. Do you guys understand what this means? People start going, well, wait a minute. Why do I go to the island in DR? I always wanted to go to Paris and it costs the same. And then you go look at Airbnbs and you're just like, or hotels, and you're like, wait a minute. This is damn near the same price. Okay, some people are going to go, well, it's kind of chilly in March. Yeah, okay, 55, 50, fine. But all I'm trying to show you is this now means people start going, well, wait a minute, if I'm going international, and why am I going to spend 600? That's the problem. Why am I going to spend 400 to go over here on this island when I can go to some more exotic possible places, even though DR is exotic too? Some people would start going, well, maybe I'll just go to Hawaii or I'll just go to Mexico. In fact, I'll go to Belize. In fact, I'll go to Guatemala. What? It costs the same or less. So now there's no advantage if it costs you more to go further, which is going to be a problem. And by the way, it's not the airline's fault. You know, they're increasing the Punta Cana airport, making it larger. Do you know Santo Domingo and a few other airports are making their airports better and larger? How do you think they get that money? It used to be around $50 to $75 round trip for an airline to come in taxes per person. All right. Now it's almost 3 times as much. So that's why you can never pretty much find $99 to each way to DR anymore. And therefore, if it costs you 150 to 175, I'm referring to Punta Cana Airport, by the way. If it now costs you 150, 160 just in taxes, the airlines have to make money, right? So now you understand on the East Coast in Florida, they can have cheap flights. My New York, major city, could have cheap flights. Other places where the bulk of people live, they will not have these $400. All right. So let's just do it another way, just so people see. I'm not even gonna. Let me see. Okay, let's go Chicago to Punta Cana round trip in March 2026. Let's see what Chicago's a major city. This says 139. Okay, well, I don't believe them. But let's say it is. That you guys know Dallas, right? No, but actually, cool if we actually knew bucks, 600, 734, 692, ladies and gentlemen. See where we're going with this. This starts getting crazy. It's not going to be something cheap. Average flight time around 7 hours from Dallas. You got to stop somewhere. That's crazy. Okay, here we go. I don't even want to look, but let's go LAX. It should be about the same price, right? We'll see. Yeah, the 139, we can't even count that. Let's go see what we got here. Let's go. Come next day. Us. You're going to be, and you're probably going to stop somewhere as well. So, yeah, you can pay these prices, but you're going to burn a day each. Well, not each direction, but one direction. All right, LAX is a major airport. How about CLT Charlotte? That's on the East Coast. Let's see what they got. Okay, 600. There says a cheapest is 334, but whatever it is, I'm not going to look that up. But you guys get the idea. This is what families of 3 and 4 are dealing with. They're going, well, it's going to cost us $2,400. And then the all inclusives want, let's call, I don't know what they charge right now, but let's just say it's $550, $600. And now all of a sudden you're looking at 7 days. That's 4,200 plus 2,400. You're in $7,000 range. And we haven't even got there yet. But we're staying at all inclusive though. Then you say, hey, what about the other things, ladies and gentlemen? So think about it. Okay. Let me know what you guys think. I want to hear from you. We got investors here. Wiser the most. Welcome to the SSN Nation MLK Money Making Monday Holiday Edition. All right. In a short position on ES Futures, up 5K. And by the way, wiser the most, what are you shorting? I want to hear. What are you shorting? Is it gold? Is it silver? Is it oil? Is it platinum, palladium? The markets themselves, the indexes, the NASDAQ, the S&P 500. What are you shorting? I'd love to hear. You could help a few people out. They can actually start studying, right? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let me know if anybody does not like those analysis. And by the way, we need something else in this mix right now. This has nothing to do with the analysis. This has to do with planning for your future. We got to get you on the Bancus card. I have not gotten mine yet. In case you're new and old, Bancus sent out a new MasterCard last week. Now, it already took 2 to 3 weeks normally to come. I don't know if I'm going to have my card before I leave. Unfortunate. But if you want to find out about Bancus, 2 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Eastern on Tuesdays and Thursdays, which will be tomorrow. Oh, that's not going to work. Hold on. I got too much stuff here. Which is going to be tomorrow. Don't miss it. There's a Zoom call. All right. It's in the chat room. If you watch this in replay and see the chat, make sure hit the first comment section, hit the first comment, tap it, swipe left, or tap it, tap it. Either way, you'll see live chat. That's how you get the link to the Zoom call. All right. Just keep that in mind. So it's in the chat room now. Download the app, please. It is a referral link. There is money to be made when you refer people when they order the card. There's money to be made. You get a little percent of when people load the card with crypto. This is outside of the United States, which meets the criteria here in the SSN Nation. It's not a debit card based on the US, so they can't shut it off. They can't get your stuff in the US, okay? Just saying. I want to hear about this short position. The Winans begging for money after all these years. Are you talking about the singing group? Welcome to the SSN Nation MLK Holiday Edition, The World Above. I love that. Great name. And once again, you're talking about the singers? Let's hear it. Pace for 10. Okay, are you Tay? Welcome to the SSN Nation MLK Holiday Money Making Monday Edition. PES for 10. I don't know what that means. Okay, Brian P, thank you. Indiana 17, Miami 7. Uh-oh. It looks like the real deal. The number one nation is taking out the number 10 with a bullet. Number 10 was beating top 25 teams all year. You know how oftentimes that you keep beating teams and sooner or later you just get to another top 25 teams, and come on, can you beat 3 or 4 or 5 of them in a season? I'm just saying, can you tie the record, which is what they did? If they beat Indiana, they would break the record of beating the most top 25 teams. To do that is astronomical. And it looks like they're down by 10. That's not good. IU 17, Miami 7. Yep, not good. Okay, here we go. I like the motivation. Give it your all. Exactly. That's what you have to do. Judah Barack, welcome to the SSN Nation MLK Money Making Monday Holiday Edition. Couldn't handle the situation with the regular cash. You got that right, man. Crypto, ladies and gentlemen, is what you send to that soon to be new Bancus MasterCard. But you want to know what's even more important about that Bancus? Joe Nay, investors in the Dominican Republic. If another person also has a Bancus account, they are going to need the card, obviously. If I want to send you money and you're in the DR, all I have to do through the Bancus app is send you that $1,000. Guess how much it cost me and you? I send you 1,000, you get 1,000. And that 1,000 will be on your Bancus card with the MasterCard logo. So now you can use it at the ATM. You can go down and swipe it. It has a pin. That's right. You could be in Africa. I send you 1,000. And guess how long it takes? This is not Zelle. This is not PayPal. This is not Cash App. Well, kind of. None of that. If you're in Africa right now and I send you 1,000 through the Bancus system, 1,000 USD will be in your Bancus account. You can go swipe your card 1 minute after I sent it or less. You know something else about the Bancus card? They have a digital card on your Bancus app that you can use for online purchases, things that you don't need the physical card for, which is sometimes safer. That is included when you order your Bancus card. If you haven't already, I suggest you order. So if you start talking about a pure money play, one of these days, maybe they'll open it up to a business. Which, by the way, that would be one hell of a deal, right? Businesses. But see, the thing is, you have to upload crypto, USDT, USDC, and you got to pay 4%. So that is kind of pricey. They do give people, when they upload, like I said, you receive commission for everybody that you referred. So therefore, you get a little like 1%. Okay, cool. You also get commission. So when somebody orders a card, you get a little commission for that. The card is $45. Oh, the price is going up, by the way. The plastic card is $45, including shipping, and the metal card is $85. It's going to go up probably next month, just so you guys understand. But think about repercussions around the world. When I sent my friends that send money to Mexico, they're doing Western Union, they're doing all this crazy stuff, right? Money grams and wasting all this money. I was like, dudes, you got to get the Bancus card. You tell them to get the Bancus card. You get the Bancus card. Now, when you load your card, now you send the amount directly to them. They have their card. Bancus doesn't charge a fee for using the ATM. Here's the thing, though. ATM companies may charge that $3.50, $2.50, $4.50, $5. That is not Bancus. The ATM's charging that for usage. Some ATMs will cost nothing, but that's here nor there. The point I'm trying to make is you can tell people, I sent you 1,000 a minute ago. It's in their account. No barriers to entry. Nobody's stopping you. No holds. No nothing. It's available. You know what that's worth around the world when people don't even have banking? That's right. Imagine. Imagine all of you who, well, most people that live in a country that doesn't have banks and can't access money, they're not available. You can't watch this show. Google, YouTube blocks international most of the time. Although a couple times in the last 2 weeks, they allowed some internationals to show up. I was in shock, but that's not the norm. So I'm mostly speaking to United States citizens. So that's why you got to go to findhelp.org if you need help in America. Put in your zip code, go check it out. Also, game over, says Gary Wool. Welcome to the SSN Nation MLK Money Making Monday Holiday Edition. Game over. IU, the Hoosiers, win. This got to be their first national championship, right? It has to be. Joshua Tree is in the house. Welcome to the MLK Money Making Monday Holiday Edition live stream. And he brings his tagline, push it to the limit, sir. You got that right. That's what you got to do out here, ladies and gentlemen. There's no time to be in this participation trophy mode that they created in the 80s. You can't just sit by and watch the parade go by and be doing this. Because while you're doing this, the cost of living just increased. Just saying. Let me know what you guys think about the Dominican Republic analysis that I put forth tonight. Make sure you share the video. James Way, very happy to see you once again, and welcome to the SSN Nation MLK Money Making Monday Holiday Edition. He brings his tagline, hello, all. Glad to be here. Thank you. As usual, the rent is still too damn high. Keep investing. We have no choice. You can't put your money in a bank and earn like 3% when inflation is like 10. You might as well just keep that duffel bag of cash handy. And you need to deploy some of that duffel bag of cash sometime in the next, if not now, then in the next 1 to 2 months, because the opportunities are going to be there based on your research for investing. Big time. Like I said, get ready to back up the truck tomorrow. Looks like it will be a bloodbath. Take the pullbacks today to be wealthy tomorrow. Exactly. Very, very well said. I love it. This is what we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen. You should get, again, your debt at 775. Some of you right now are going, man, I'm drowning in debt. I'm using a lot of my money that could be disposable income for debt. Don't worry. Don't worry. We got you. We have an inside lady. It always sounds better when you have an insider, right? But the fact of the matter is, she works for Money Ladder and she has an email that can help you in 1 year, 1.5 years, 2 years to get your credit back in order by reducing your debt. We do have a video, okay, when she used to work for another company, but it works pretty much the same way. I'll put it in the chat room. This is how you can not have to file bankruptcy, not have to have bad credit marks on your credit report to reduce your credit. You can get your credit reduced and the amount you owe reduced. You're still going to have to pay it, but things can be reduced so you can free up some disposable income. So guess what? You can make investments. Tracy, Tracy.sharpe, SHARPE at moneyladder.com. I put it in the chat room so nobody has an excuse. We try to help you out here, ladies and gentlemen. Backing up the truck. What would you back up the truck for? SPY? QQQ? I already know post-retirement travel. You're going to be backing it up for that. I'm not going to blame you. Some ETFs? Some stocks? It's going to be all across the board. You got to do your research. You have to study, ladies and gentlemen. We can't keep telling you exactly what to invest in. But again, I'm going to say this. We know the feds are going to reduce the Federal Reserve rate. We know the $200 billion of mortgage-backed securities that's going to be bought up to try to artificially reduce rates to get the mortgages started is happening. We know it will work, but at what expense? That means the Federal Reserve is printing more money. But who cares about them printing more money when we can have derivatives from somebody getting a loan? So you bought a $450,000 house, but the piece of paper they have is worth $450,000. That is the problem. So you understand what happens, ladies and gentlemen. The prices are going to rise. Inflation is going to rise. And people will start buying this liability again, homes, and have less money because these guys are going to make sure that you are going to spend nearly 40% of money of your income on a home. And they're not going to tell you that your HOA, insurance, and all of that costs more. All right. They're going up. Your property taxes are going up too. So don't act stupid next. Oh, wait, hold on. This year, don't act stupid next year. At the end of this year, when you get the numbers for your insurance premium and property taxes, you can't say you're ignorant. We've been talking about this for 2.5 years, what was going to happen. And that's why you had to make investments to offset these rises. These costs are astronomical. Anybody got their energy bills this past month or this month yet? We're subsidizing the United States data centers and all that. And by the way, this data center thing in the Dominican Republic is a fantasy. Just so you understand, the analysis continues. Where are they going to get the water and electricity for data centers in the DR? Soon as they plug up one, if that ever happens, or two, if you think the electric grid is crazy now, without any improvements in that infrastructure, it's about to get a whole lot worse. And if you think the electricity costs are crazy now, which they are, it's about to be on a whole nother level. And where are they going to get the water for the data centers? And if they use fresh water, that fresh water is going to be sucked up dry and the output is toxic. But hey, you're not going to learn anything from Puerto Rico, how they made it toxic in Puerto Rico because of US military. And you know, so you're not going to learn anything. You're going to go, oh, yeah, we want the data centers because it doesn't bring in nothing. It's only going to employ 50 or 30 people once the center is built. So again, bad. And these guys are talking about it, just like when they talk about movie studios. Vin Diesel's coming. Again, I said it 3 years ago when they made that announcement. Please. The infrastructure for electricity, transportation, delivery of goods and services is not dependable. All of these things are infrastructure. Those have to be up to par. Otherwise, you have delays. Yes, they've made movies where they have excerpts of people in the DR, but they're not studios. Having and maintaining a studio costs a lot of money. Just saying. All right. So, again, all this stuff to get tourists to come and buy, that's fluff, not sensical at all. Okay. It could happen, but guess who's going to be footing the bill? They're going to have special deals with the government, tax cut, tax breaks, whatever type of confiture that they call for real estate, they'll call it tourism confiture, whatever. That's not going to help the citizens on the island increase their average wage. That thing about the baseball player, Alex Rodriguez, talking about he's going to make a special community over near Puerto Plata. I'm just like, dude, what are you saying right now? So let me get this straight. You're going to price it to where, of course, rich people like Cap Cana area, that's going to move to your spot. Great. What is that going to do for the citizens on the island? What? You're going to make them housekeepers, bus boys, cooks? Seriously? Again, not going to help citizens on the island. What would help is investing in your infrastructure, making sure you have affordable housing, and making sure that these companies and corporations that are spending trillions of dollars over the next few years, that you go, hey, man, no, you ain't going to pay these dudes no $5, $10 an hour. No, we want to improve our citizens. Mandatory 20. For starters, we're not going with this nonsense. We're giving you comforture. The least you can do is pay people above our $12,000 a year wages, $20 an hour. You're already charging people an arm and a leg. It's about time you contribute. Building something and charging people is not the same as contributing to the well-being of the population. But of course, don't get me wrong. We know, and I hate to say it, but we know how colonizers operate. Let's get real. Spain are colonizers. Just saying. US colonizers. So again, all of this adds up to why there may be a stall and why tourism only does not matter. You need more than just tourism in order to make your citizens come up. Your middle class, lower levels need to rise. They now can afford everything on the island. But as long as you keep them at some stupid number like $12,000 a year on average, come on, let's stop this. Okay, enough. The analysis continues. Let's see what else we got. Sack the midget. Okay. Yep. Okay. The world above fiber before every meal and berberine to reverse diabetes. Okay. We're talking about health here. By the way, do you know um I don't know about reverse, man. I don't know about that. Yeah, it looks like the markets are red all over the place. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I told you this is you got opportunities. Let's see. Improve several notably reversing insulin resistance. That's much different than improving or getting rid of diabetes. Insulin resistance is meaning your body doesn't create enough insulin. And so, therefore, when you have resistance, now that can't even work to decrease your glucose levels. So, now by reversing insulin resistance, very, very good, that now allows your insulin that you're taking. So, that does not do anything with diabetes in reality. All right. That's not going to get it out the way. Counteracting fatty liver disease metabolic issues by regulating fat metabolism. Fine. Reducing authors, I don't know what this is, never seen it, by lowering TMAO. It looks like I'm going to get to learn something new because I don't know what atherosclerosis is and TMAO. And even potentially reversing cancer cell drug resistance. Okay. So once again, breaking down barriers for the drug resistance that if you give a person a drug and they have resistance to it, if you can break it down where you remove that resistance, then that cancer drug can actually work. Often modulating gut, oh, this is important, microbiota and key signaling pathways like AMK, KT, and MTO. It acts by enhancing insulin sensitivity, decreasing blood sugar, improving lipid profiles, and influencing gut bacteria, making it a compound of interest for metabolic syndrome, type 2 diabetes, and other inflammatory conditions. Okay, that is promising. But again, once you reduce insulin, increase insulin sensitivity, it will decrease your blood sugar if you have any resistance. So that makes sense. Gut is necessary, ladies and gentlemen. So I don't know um, by this if we're not a bold statement such as reverse diabetes is not on this list. Berberine can interact with medications like metformin, potentially increasing its effects. I don't know what that means. That's not good. It might lower blood pressure, requiring monitoring if you take antihypertensive drugs. So if you take blood pressure drugs, that could lower it as well. So again, consult your doctor, but this does not look to me that it's talking about reversing diabetes. Diabetes is a whole nother situation. Your body can't regulate the glucose levels. And then the person who does have diabetes has to regulate their glucose levels, which is sugar and carbohydrates. The killer in humans, sugar. Carbohydrates turn into sugar once you take them in the body. So if you are not paying attention to your sugar intake and your carbohydrate intake, and you are not understanding that a pack of sugar is 1 gram, and if somebody says, hey, you drink this and I have 7 grams of sugar in it, and oh, by the way, I have 20 grams of carbs in this drink. That would be 27 packs of this in your 8-ounce glass. Now, you understand when people are going, well, I got some juice, and they drink 1 glass. It's very good. But did you realize the sugar for juice? Let's say cranberry juice. You go get it and you see something like 9 grams of sugar, 23 grams of carbs. That's 32 grams of sugar in your 8-ounce drink. That overload that you're putting into your body, your insulin can't regulate it. And if you keep doing this, which is why how you get diabetes, because you don't pay attention, you go get yourself some cereal, which also has 30 to 50 grams of sugar in it. You go and get yourself some juice, which also has 20 to 30 grams of sugar. You're already at almost 100 grams, 100 packs of sugar in one sitting, overloading your system. And your insulin says, okay, we're working, we'll do something, we'll lower it until it doesn't, because you decided, this is my life. I'll just do this for 10 years, 5 years, 20 years. And then when your body breaks down and your insulin can't produce anymore, now you have a problem. And it just depends. Stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, catastrophic 4. All of a sudden, you now have to take insulin. And if you have insulin resistance, now it stops working altogether. Now you have real problems. So now you understand why Americans have been killed. And the health industry has not done enough to tell people just stay away from sugar. In fact, just use stevia. Simple. Stevia is a plant-based, already in the environment. That's what you should be using for sugar if you add sugar to something. Stevia. And sugar itself, no. Domino sugar and all this, stop. Don't do it. Okay. So when he says fiber before every meal, again, just be very, very careful with fiber. There's different fibers out here and they do different things. So you have to be very cognizant of this. You could actually have constipation by eating fiber. Fiber is interesting, but just be very careful. Just do some studies, do your own research, check it out. You'll see. You'll start understanding that the United States government is trying to kill your ass. I shouldn't say kill you. What they're actually trying to do is make you sick. So then you either have to cover it by insurance or no insurance. But basically, the medical business is in business to make sure they're in business for your whole life. They're going to give you pills. They're going to give you something to offset it, but then by giving you the one thing, that creates another problem. So as long as you stay away from drugs, the only way you can do that, you have to eat right. There is none of this big bone crap. How many times have you seen skeletons? They all look the same. You don't see a skeleton that has big bones like this, human skeleton, and another person's is like this. The only reason somebody is going to have smaller bones is because instead of them being 6'2", they're 5'. So yeah, their structure is going to be smaller, but the bones are not like, they're not bigger. They're not in. Stop it. Come to reality and get off the sugar. That's number one. If anybody has Alzheimer's, dementias, Parkinson's, all this, it's sugar in your brain. It went through your blood-brain barrier. So now you have plaque on your brain. So your nerves start shutting down. All right. When we start talking about this, Eric, can you blow up that number chart? Numbers are too small on the second screen. Okay, man. Sorry about that. Appreciate it. Let's go. I got to blow up something here. Let's get back to it, shall we? This is not the numbers to blow up. Oh, this right here, maybe. Or we were on the tourism thing. Which chart? If it's the tourism chart, the CLT, which charts are we talking about? Hotel occupancy, all red. Not all. 3/4, 3/4 are red. And it's going down. But this is, like I said, if this is the chart you're referring to, this is what's going to happen. And in 2026, this is going to happen as well. Because you're not going to have, in my opinion, this is all my opinion based on the information we have, you're not going to have, let's say, our tourist numbers. See this right here? And then I'll go up to the monthly by air. See these numbers? January will probably not be 890,000. Okay, these are not going to be like 100,000 plus more every month to create another million passengers. If that occurred, now we would be talking about a different Dominican Republic investment opportunity. But these will not, based on this, is anything getting better this year besides mayhem around the world? No. There will be either equal to, about the same, or another 20 to 30,000 passengers per month over this year, of over 2025. It will not be 100,000 per month to give us 1.2 more million, and we're going to have 10 million passengers by air in 2026. Something drastic would change, and the stock market melting down is also a sign of contraction. And the reality is finally setting in of the overpriced, overblown. Is it now or is it later? The United States has it in their system to make sure the rest of the world invest in the United States. Once the rest of the world does no longer believe, or if they don't believe in the US stock market or its economy, people start selling their treasuries, offloading them. That becomes a problem. Instead of buyers, they're sellers. Now the United States has to use their own money printing machine to produce bonds by buying their own bonds to produce money, which causes more inflation. So you're in a death spiral. That is why isolationism is a death spiral. It's bad for American citizens, not for the rest of the world, for US citizens. So hopefully this is not the time for this, because then it means a whole bunch of other things. All right. Shayela. I don't know how to pronounce that. I've never seen that name before, but it's awesome. Welcome to the SSN Nation MLK Money Making Monday live stream edition. And she brings her tagline. I agree. 2 thumbs up. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much. Alfa Romeo, another investors in the house. Welcome to the SSN Nation MLK Holiday Live Edition. I went to Puerto Rico last winter. We just got hotels as we went, but that can burn you sometimes. You got that right, man. I know. You know what? I do that oftentimes with Airbnbs, simply because Airbnbs are available. But I do it with hotels too, because if I go somewhere and I'm not familiar with the area, I don't book, like if I'm going to be there, like let's say 10 days or 7 days. I generally would be like, well, what if I don't like this place? I see the reviews. It's kind of cool. Let me just book 3 nights. Because now when I land, I get set. Then the next day and 2 days, now I can figure out if I'm going to stay there further. Then I always go down to the front desk. Can I extend? And usually, yeah, okay, for the same price. So oftentimes, so I hear you. I do that often, man. Just like everywhere, I do that a lot. All right, Warriors Bay, welcome to the SSN Nation MLK Money Making Monday Holiday Edition. Now, I done sat there and told you, Warriors Bay, you sat there and told me, wait, Warriors Bay, you sat somewhere with me? Let me know. No, we never. What are you talking about? Let me know. I'm very happy to hear that you were Nostradamus. That's very good, but let me know what you're referring to. Jonay, I saw several 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom condos furnished at Christopher and several other places selling for 100 G's. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And you want to know what? They sold those 2 bedrooms for $56,000 to $60,000. This was cold-blooded by Christopher. Then these were like 2017, 2018, 2019. They got delivery. Christopher goes and says, oh no, you can't buy them for that. They're now 90 some thousand. That's right. They increased the prices like 30 G's. People went livid. Their contract said nothing about increase, but nor did the contract address that they couldn't increase. They had lawsuits. Some people still bought, some people didn't. But my point is, if it's 100 G's, that's a price from 2, 3 years ago. People are like trying to say, let me out. Because once again, the odds of you getting $100 per night at Christopher, I would say, is pretty slim. That'd be $700 for the week. In fact, you know what we do here. We find out, we do research, right? Let me go over to Airbnb and see if I can find a Christopher unit. And since it's January, February, and March, which would be prime time, why don't we go find out? Why don't we look it up? All right. We're going to look it up. I'm going to remove this while I'm looking it up just in case I have some info showing. But nonetheless, let's go find out. I don't know if I can look up Christopher per se. I doubt if I can do that. I don't think I have that capability on Airbnb. Why is this taking so long? All right. So let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Punta Cana. Oh, I wish I knew the sub area. 2 bedroom is going to hold 4 at least. So let's go 4. I should use 5, but we'll do. They have cool 2 bedrooms, by the way, there, because they have them as lock-offs. They have some of those 2 bedrooms that are lock-offs, which is actually makes them kind of cool. But now they're in a hell of a spot. But let's go look. So now it's 100 G's. Does this make investment sense to people? So let's go with okay. When's the President's Weekend? Is it the 13th? Let's go through a prime time spot. Okay. We're going to go the 13th through now you'll see one price for you. That's right. Right. That's what I love. They finally changed to that. All right. Christopher is pretty easy. Let's go see if we show any buildings for Christopher just off the top. Christopher is over here. Let's see. I got to zoom in now. Okay. It's somewhere in this area. Or is it? No, it's either in. No, it's not even in. Condo. I agree. You knew this was coming, which goes by the analysis that I was saying. People bought these for 90 some thousand or 80 some thousands, and they're selling them for a little bit more because you're about to see why, ladies and gentlemen. Because I'll be willing to bet you these numbers over here, I'll be willing to bet you these might be Christopher. This is Christopher area right now, cheap. Yep, this is Christopher. 2 bedroom apartment, 2 baths, $400 for all 7 nights, and they bought this thing for 90 G's. So now you understand what I'm referring to, because this area is not even on the radar right now, other than those people looking for more bang for the buck. Because Jardines across the way, they have basketball court, They have mini mart. They have a stage for a little music. I'm trying to think what else they have. They have a pool. They have like a little pavilion, closed area where you can do barbecue. So that's in this area, along with Christopher across the street. But here's 400 for a 2 bedroom. They have a pool there. So that's February. Look at this, 555. Another 2 bedroom, 7 nights for the whole week. Oh, wait. This might not be Christopher, though. This isn't, I don't think this is Christopher. I don't know what the entrance of Christopher looks like, so I have to see the building. What's this talking about here? Doesn't show me, so I just guessed. Let's see. Is this Christopher? That's not Christopher. Here goes Jardines. 2 bedrooms, 620 a night. And this is Jardines with their pool, with the basketball court, with the mini mart. It probably got some other stuff. But again, Jardines, though, did only cost $60,000-$70,000 for a 2 bedroom if you bought in early. See, there's the difference. But it's still 620 though. Are they going to get it? It's prime time. It's only in 3 weeks. Nobody, and if somebody on an island hasn't rented in about 3 weeks, they may not get that. But these are cheap. Look at this 2 bedroom. Arends, Bavaro. I don't know where this is. 427. This is all in that area that I was referring to. They bought these for 40, 50 G's, 60 G's. They can charge 427, which is very low. It does not meet the 0.1% criteria. If they bought it for 60 or 70 G's, okay, is that 60 a night? Pretty close. If they can get it, they have over 50 reviews. Not bad. People are going to stay. You have to understand, people will stay over here once you understand what's going on. This is an up and coming area that people are sleeping on because you don't know where this is either, but it's in the neighborhood. 535, ladies and gentlemen, for a 3 bedroom penthouse unit. Look at this. Look at this. This is Christopher, by the way. That's Christopher's building. 535 for President's Weekend, February 13th through the 20th. I think that's going to be it. It might be the next weekend, but it doesn't matter. It's prime time. January, February, March. Prime time along with December. Look at these prices in this neighborhood. So, but here's the thing. There's other prices around. That's not crazy either. Right? So again, this is what we're talking about. There's an oversupply, less tourists. This is what's going to end up happening. And some people would say, okay, Eric, let's go over here. Let's go see. That's across from downtown. What's downtown look like? Anything downtown showing up? So far, nothing. All right. Hold on. Up or do I? People are like, I can't. Network connection. Lost network connection. I don't know why. That's not funny. All right. Let's go. Look, 531 downtown. They're not immune. This is at Central Park. 2 bedroom, 2 bath. They just put it up. 531. 812. 2 bedroom, 2 bath. And this is probably also Central Park. Yeah, Central Park. Downtown. 1253 a villa. 3 bedroom, 5 bedrooms. 1,200 for the week. That is $160 per night, roughly. Do you think they bought a villa downtown for 160K? Maybe, because if they had bought 4 years ago, it would have been possible. 812. Again, Central Park, 2-bedroom. That is 100 and something. What is that? 110, 120. 2-bedroom was at Central Park. If you'd have bought first phase, it was 105, somewhere like that. But after that, 180, 200, and escalating. So early people, this is the advantage for everybody that bought 2018 through 2023. You have a huge advantage. And this must be the beach. Yep, it's the beach. 7 nights. Nice. 11. They did not buy this for that's only 150 a night. All right. They did not buy this unit for 150 G's unless they were in first phase. And by the looks at this, they look like they were in building 1 or 2. So the 2-bedroom at the beach would have been 126 to 131, somewhere in that ballpark. So it looks like 150 per night. Looks like a winner. And they rent it out pretty good, 45. So this person, since they're in the first phase, they win. Anybody that bought a 2-bedroom at 180, 200, you're going to be in trouble. So there is an advantage for these people. But again, we're dealing with less tourists. So just keep this in mind. So there's plenty of places that's cheap for people, just to give you guys an idea. All right. Let me know what you guys are thinking. Looks like we have a lot more. Also went to cruise on land, Larimar. Several projects are moving quickly. Some are stagnant. Joe, nay. Come on, man. Don't leave us hanging. Which one's stagnant? It looks like, first of all, we know cruise on land, COL. They said their first phase delivery is not going to be till 2027, right? We also know Larimar hasn't been saying anything. They still have to build like another 15 floors or 14 floors. They haven't finished one building yet. So that probably won't, Prime Towers will probably not be done in 2027, 2026, sorry, as predicted. So we'll see. Jonay says recall over 38,000 gallons of distilled water recalled in 6 states, including Illinois and Indiana. There you go. Brian P. saying the same thing. Oh, that is Brian P. Thank you so much, man. The recalls start. Brian P. Chicken recalled issued in 7 states. Ladies and gentlemen, I told you this was going to happen. This is no shocker. I told you under this regime, deregulating our food, our housing, our banking leads to the rich getting richer on the backs of everybody else. You're not going to be safe out here, and your health is going to be at risk. It's that simple. Europe is cold this time of year. Every from the north rolls into Punta Cana and Caribbean. No. No. Due to Canada, you guys know that USA started charging people when they come into America. Canadians used to fly in through USA cities for their changeover flight. That now has changed, which now puts a hiccup on tourists coming from Canada. US citizens are getting hemmed up when they come back from a country where DHS are going through people's phones looking for if you're for or against USA, talking about the Trump regime. People are getting hemmed up. That also causes less tourists. There's less tourists coming. And yes, traditionally, Europe is cold in January, February. Actually, Europe's cold all the time. But all I'm saying, it's colder in January, February, March. Did I use March, I think, but it's still 600. See, here's the thing. You can still fly to Paris, for instance, from a major city for $600 round trip, 650. So if that's how much it costs to go to DR, Now people start going, well, I can go anywhere in the world. Before it was, oh, it's only 200, 225 round trip to DR from half of the country. So people would go easily DR, easily Mexico. But now at 450, 600, that now means people go elsewhere. And that's why you're going to see a drop. Okay. Put a check marks by this. Make sure you subscribe. Whatever you can do, you can come back and check this 3 months, 4 months from now, because all of that will manifest itself. Because during high season, if you have the same situation as last year, where two of the first 4 months of the year are negative, then that means the rest of them, there's going to be another 2, 4 months of negative hotel occupancy. And if you have negative hotel occupancies, which means they're going down, that means short-term rental occupancy also goes down. In other words, the way you win with short-term rentals is high occupancy for the hotels. The hotels charge ridiculous rates because there's high occupancy. So let's use it simply as you're at, I, I don't know what, 80, 87% occupancy for hotels in the DR. That's all inclusives, which they used to charge a crazy number. It used to be 800 a night, 700 a night. It probably still is. But the point I'm trying to make is that number is $4,000 a week, right? It starts getting up there. So that gave you a benefit where you go, hey, man, it's not all inclusive where we're staying at, but if I buy something for 130 grand and it's a 2 bedroom, holds a family, and now I'm doing, oh, it's only 150 per night, and now I'm getting 60%, 50% occupancy, I win double-digit returns with property management. Over 10% returns with high occupancy, and I may get higher than 50, but I could get 60 or 65 because the hotels are at around 87 to 90. So that gives you how you would win. If hotel occupancy drops to what it is now, 75% on an annual basis, that means it affects the short-term rental market. More short-term rentals are coming online into the Dominican Republic, and less tourists are coming. So everybody's going to be fighting for the less tourists, including the hotels. And that's how this goes. So then the hotels start lowering their prices, which gets more people to go to the all-inclusive hotels and other hotels as well. All right. Okay, here we go. Brian P. Alabama, Florida, Georgia, Missouri, New Hampshire, North Carolina, Ohio. Chicken recall, or the 7 states. Oh, my. Oh, my. Ladies and gentlemen, be very, very careful out here, all right? We all be the wire. Welcome to the SSN Nation MLK Holiday Live Edition. Thank you so much for your comment. All right, Europe is cold this time of year. Somehow I skipped up ahead, which is weird. We on an awards tour. Zabak the midget. I like it. 500-ish for Paris got me thinking. Exactly. This is what I'm saying. If it's going to cost, see, that's the problem right now that's going to be in America. If it's going to cost me to travel across in America, $400 or $500 round trip to go inside America, then all of a sudden people start being like, well, wait a minute. They don't know and don't look, because most Americans don't even leave the country. Let's just call it what it is. We have 25 to 30% of Americans travel internationally. That's it. Less than 100 million people. All right. So the other 200 million stay inside the USA. So again, a lot of people don't even look to go anywhere. They just assume that if it costs me 400, 500 in America, it must cost me 800 to fly overseas. You're not right all the time, especially when it's a major city. But yeah, that's what we're saying. That's what we're saying. Black Beauty Machine, welcome to the SSN Nation MLK Money Making Monday Live edition. All of our thoughts and ideas are going to the grave with us. Even do anything in this meaningless life. A lot of people feel this way right now. I don't blame anybody for feeling detoured, rejected based on your feelings. You are absolutely correct, because I'm calling it now the lost generation. Now that you have an average age of 40 years old in order to afford your first home, first time buyers, 40 years old, that is a lost generation. Because again, somebody's, I was talking with people and I was like, man, I owned homes when I was 21, 22, 23. I mean, it never occurred to me that you would be 35, 40 before you can afford a home. I was telling the wife, I said, hey, I said, you know what's funny? I bought homes that were only like $100,000. Mortgage was only $275 a month, making 30, 40 G's a year. Clearly, that's easy to handle. Clearly. What's not clearly easy to handle is when your overall cost is some 4 G's, insurance and property taxes. When you have $300, $400, $500 a month payments and you're making 3 G's a month, come on. Now you understand why the baby boomers and a little less older than baby boomers, why they have a huge advantage, because they were able to buy assets, lower prices, lower value compared to what they make. Huge advantage. That's why there's trillions of dollars that the baby boomers are holding in assets. Now, just like Black Beauty Machine is talking, imagine being 25 years old, working for $20 an hour, and the average price of a home is $430,000. Guess what? You're not buying a home. Simple. You have to make over $100,000 yourself, not buying a home. Because how many people is going to be in their 20s making $100,000 unless they're in the tech field? And that's a limited amount of people. That's okay. So what? You got 100, 150,000 people. Sorry, that's not the norm. It was the norm for people to make $2,500 to $3,500 to $4,000 a month. So therefore, if somebody said it's $500, $600 to buy a house, no problem. That's the difference. No longer have that. So again, a lot of people would feel this way, and this is growing, because if you have to wait till you're 30, 35, 40, if that's the norm, people getting out have they live in apartments. The apartments are 2 G's, 1,500. They're sitting there like, damn, I only make 40 G's a year at 23 years old or 25. I can barely live. And this is what I have to look forward to. Meanwhile, the rich and the wealthy are sitting there going, suck it up, buttercup. We're getting tax cuts and tax breaks. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Meanwhile, they're getting subsidies. They're getting government contracts, your taxpayer money. So this right here is a product of capitalism, because this isn't 1950s, 60s. This isn't the great uh, the Great Reset after the Great Depression, where FDR said we're going to try and take care of the lower 90%. And by the way, the taxation 70% for the rich dudes, 75%. Just saying. And that built one hell of a middle class. Just saying. So ever since then, after the 60s into the 70s, that's when the rich dudes fought back and they just bribed our congressmen. And by the way, The law, there is no law that stops bribery of congressmen. Just so you guys understand, that's why what has happened over the last 50 years has happened. All right, let's go. And DR is no different. Just saying, they're not acting any differently. Okay, just so you guys understand. Good point at post retirement travel. I've met several Europeans at this complex in the last 2 weeks. A good bit of them are walking in to the supermarket and shopping. Jonay, that's exactly the point I'm trying to make. People have this thing about lower price properties. Again, the reason why lower price properties will work is when there's low occupancy and people are coming and they're sitting there finding the new project that's in a up and coming area, and the next thing you know, they're going, oh wait, that's $500 for the week, that's $600 for the week. I was getting ready to buy an all-inclusive for the fam. We were getting ready to pay $4,500 for the week. Now somebody goes, 500, we have 4 G's left. We did want to go on those excursions. Now we can afford it. $400 for 4 people to go on the buggy ride. $400 for people to go on the horseback ride. We can even go check out shows. Okay. And we can go eat anywhere we want. Every day for a couple times a day. See, this is what changes the whole narratives. And that's the whole point. When you have lower tourist numbers and you have lower prices because of it. And if you're able to buy low like 2018 through 2023, you're still going to win. It's that simple. Or I'll put it this way, you have a chance to win, because we don't know what the ramifications are going to be over what's been happening in the world. All right. Who's flying to this region? So we're going to find out things as soon as the January and February and March numbers come out, which of course you guys know I'll have videos about it. But the fact of the matter is, you're going to find people. And of course, you have, I don't know how many Europeans come because we go by countries. We already have million. Well, okay, we have 6 million. So we have 2 million, 4 million. So we have 4 million people coming from the rest of the world besides Canada and USA. 4 million divided by another 50 countries. We're talking about 400,000 or less of tourists coming in. We don't know if they're coming as 1, 2, 3, or 4 people in a group. That's the only thing I do not know. They are not putting that out there. And if it's more than 2 and you start doing numbers, now all of your tourism numbers are divided. And I use 2. So you start dividing. If it's 3, now all of a sudden 800,000 people coming divided by 3 is it's under 300,000. And that means divide that by 4. And now you're talking about 70,000 units. And there's over 100,000 hotel units on the island. So every week there's 100,000 units, and 30% of those units are going empty. Short-term rentals is also like 50 to 60,000 units. So now when you add those combined and you go, okay, we only have 300,000 potentially. Now all of a sudden you break it down, and now you're sitting there with we got 100,000 units available on the whole island that goes unsold units, with a tourism market that's not increasing, and we're adding more supply. We're going to have problems. Well, we're not going to really have problems. Certain people will have problems, but the investing game is up. There's no way you can buy something and be an investor and then go, you know what? I'm going to buy something for 300 grand, and I think I'll just make $9,000 a year. You're not going to do this. You're not going to pay to keep something. You're not going to do this. That doesn't even make sense. You're not going to do it. What's going to end up happening is you're going to sit there and keep paying and hoping. You'll keep paying to have somebody rent from you in short-term rental status, and then you're going to do the infamous other side of the coin. People are going to go, you know what? I'm going to do long-term rental. Oh, by the way, guess what? Properties by Masters, Mike Masters. He has a unit in Panorama Lake for $136,000. All right. Inside Vistacana. All right. Right near the first lake, walking distance, less than 3 minutes. $136,000 for a 1-bedroom, fully furnished. They bought the 1-bedroom either for $89,000 or $99,000. Just so, oh, wait a minute. Actually, it's a 1-bedroom. It could have been 79,000 because when they first came out, it was like 79 or 89. And then it went to 99. But either way, sold out fast. $136,000 fully furnished. Some people would say that's a great deal. You know why? Because 1-bedrooms are now selling for 170, 180, 190. But if you buy at Seven Palms, 1-bedroom across the street from the lake, it's 136 as well, not furnished. Just saying. So it's a some furniture pack that's already there, saves yourselves 10 to 15K, might be worth a great deal. But here's the kicker. It's inside Vistacana. It's awesome. It's lovely. It's beautiful. But can they get a 136 per night? The answer is probably not. For a 1-bedroom, you're not going to find too many people saying, I love the lake, I love the beach club, I'm going to spend $1,100 when you have a whole bunch of options at $500, $600 by the beach in Los Corrales, El Cordecito. $700. So why are you going to spend $12? Even though people will, because they'll say, I love that. I love that place. It's cool. I like it. It's got some amenities I like. It's all right. I don't want to be by the beach. I'm good. That happens too. But again, here's what they did, just so I can give you guys the full story. People say Vistacana is for long-term rentals. Yeah, for now, maybe. But I don't have that point of view. I'm against 99.9% of everybody else. I don't have that point of view. I believe short-term rentals is, once they get their amenities in place, it will matter. They still have more amenities to come. Now, they're renting it long-term for $1,000. Investors, why don't you guys run me some numbers? Let me know. Here's the numbers. I don't know the full numbers. They're renting long-term, $1,000. That's $12,000 a year. Does anybody know what 0.1% of 136 is? 136K? It's 136. 136 times 7. Here we go. I'll give you guys some numbers for the short-term rental. 136 times 7. That's 952. Times 2. That's 1,900 if I can get 50% occupancy, which is low, right? Okay. HOA is $150 per month. That's right. It's 51 square meters. It's almost $3 a square meter, which we all knew it wasn't going to be 2 or 2.5. It's 3. It's $150. I believe that's 18. Isn't that 1,800? No, that's yeah, that's 1,800 a year for HOAs. Now, if you have property management, I don't know if they do or don't, but let's just say they did, you're taking off another 20 to 25% or maybe even 30. But the fact of the matter is you still have 50%. So I'm going to go 50% just so everybody understands. I'm getting 1904. All right, times 12. 22,000. minus 1,800 equals 21,000. Now, if I have 25% management, I'm taking off 5 grand. All right. Because that's 25% of roughly 22. So let's call it 5,500. So we'll go 5,500. So far, ladies and gentlemen, we're at 15,548. If I was doing short-term rental and I was able to get 50%, which is a low number in itself, not saying I can get that right now at Vistacana. It's not right where it needs to be just quite yet. But that's a low number, 50% occupancy, quite frankly. And I'm going to be pretty close to double-digit returns. If I go down to 13,600, I'd have 2,000 more dollars in expenses. All right. I think a lot of people would be happy with 10% return plus the appreciation you get not having to come out of pocket. Now, let's go with the tenant is already in there. So now we're doing 112,000 a year. We're subtracting 1,800. I don't know the management position, but we're down to 10,200. All right. Just so everybody understands, 10,200, which is just base. I don't know if they have management company or whatever, but that's just HOA. I don't know about insurance. I don't know about anything else, but let's just use simple numbers. And I'll divide that, the 10,200 profit divided by 136,000. That's 7.5%. And you have risk. And what do I mean by the risk part? The risk part is you have a long-term tenant. Long-term tenants may need a little bit more talking to because something goes wrong more often since somebody's there all the time. All right. But if you like that number at 7.5, fine. But the number will probably not be 7.5 because when you have long-term rentals, you have expenses that come into play. So who's going to fix anything that breaks down? Something will break down when you have long-term tenants living there every day. You might have to do AC. You might have to do something. There's going to be something during the year several times. There's not just going to be one time. All right. So if you like 7.5, then I'm going to say, well, great. If you got 136, if you want to take other risk in the stock market, you can use JEPQ and get yourself 10.5%. Go to sleep. Don't have to worry about tenant every month paying rent or not. So again, this is the type of thing that you should be thinking about. All right. In my opinion, let's hear what you guys got to say. I'm going to be mostly quiet after this. I love motivation, says Loper. Welcome to the SSN Nation MLK Holiday Live Stream Edition. And he says, I love his motivation and rants. Thank you so much, man. I greatly appreciate that. Some people don't, but thank you. I appreciate it. All right. 24-21. Wait, I thought it was over. I thought the IU won the championship. How Miami's coming back? Is there time on the clock? What's happening here? They got a shot. By the way, Miami's even at home. They're in South Florida. That gave them 7 points. So to make it this close is impressive. 6 minutes left. Oh my, I got to get out of here, ladies and gentlemen. We got to see the end of this. Loper. The Philippines love black men, of course. Hey, you know what's funny? This is so crazy. If you travel around the world and you're a black person, or shall I say, I'll do it a different way because I am not from Africa. I am from the United States, so my language is US, so everybody can tell where you're from when you go around the world, right? But as a black guy that's an American and I travel all over the world, I get nothing but love no matter where I have gone. But let's get it straight. I have not been in apartheid South Africa, for instance. I haven't lived there. I haven't visited there. I haven't visited in other countries, right? That may not be friendly. I haven't went to North Korea, obviously. I haven't been to China. I haven't been, but all I can say is every country I've ever been to, I've gotten nothing but love. I've never had an issue, quite frankly, anywhere outside of America. When I come back to America, that's when racist name callings and hey, you disrespect comes. So, yeah, Philippines ain't the only place, man. You can be anywhere on the planet, quite frankly. Anywhere. In my, I'm just saying, it's never been an issue. No problem. I love it. All right. The time. Welcome to the SSN Nation MLK Holiday Money Making Monday live stream edition. He says Florida man finds python in the toilet the morning. This is standard issue for tropical locations. This is nothing new. This is exactly what happens anywhere in the world, quite frankly. This can happen because they're in the water, especially in Florida where it has low water tables. No shocker. Zabak the midget. Whoa, yeah. There's this happens in a lot of places, quite frankly. When you have low water tables, it's not a shocker. The Reaper keeps it 1,000, says the world above. I would have passed out. Exactly. Exactly, man. Thank you. All right. Night of the Living Basehead says Kamikaze. Welcome to the SSN Nation MLK Holiday Live Stream Edition. We're 2 hours, 52 minutes in, so I can't be on much longer. And I got 6 minutes left, or maybe less than that by now. Pray says SRTRT. Welcome to the SSN Nation Holiday MLK Live Edition. Pray for me, brother. I'm trying to stop. Just turn it off. Just turn it off, man. Just turn it off. You'll be fine. Yeah, porn addiction is real. Turn it off. It's easier said than done, but turn it off. By the I won't get into some stuff. By the way, once you are turned on by another stimulant other than a real live woman, you could have dysfunctional sexual activity. Just saying. Just saying. So turn it off, man. Go hang out. By the way, the best deal on the planet is BJ's restaurant if it's in your city. After 9 p.m., they have the awesome happy hour deals. 3 p.m. to 7 p.m., awesome happy hour deals. Unbelievable. Those are the ones you want, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, it can be a struggle, says Fert. Welcome again, another person to the SSN Nation MLK Holiday Live Edition. 27. Oh, the U can catch up. 27 to 21. Oh, my. They kicked the field goal with 132. Oh, my God. This is going to be one for the ages. And the guy from Georgia has been there before. Realist, welcome to the SSN Nation MLK Holiday Money Making Live Edition. Them big back sisters, hey, they're everywhere, man. Everywhere. All over the planet. Josette Livingston, welcome to the SSN Nation MLK Money Making Monday Holiday Live Edition. Be angry and sin not. Hey, anger. Indiana win. Okay, there it is, Brian P. Gold up, Bitcoin down. Yep, because people take money from Bitcoin and buy other assets. Bitcoin is not the asset that most people think it is, but getting a little bit of it does not hurt you. All right, let's go. Joshua Tree says she had to get a pimp. She couldn't make it on her own. What the heck? These dudes are on some other levels. What exactly is sleep paralysis, says Gary Wolf. Always feel like something is in my room. Uh-oh. That's a problem. Are you in the room by yourself right now? That's a problem. You to pray. Hey, man, you got to pray, man. You got to keep the good heart, the good spirit, the good mind, and clear it. That helps you improve. All right, script writer, welcome to the Assassination MLK Money Making Monday live stream edition. Also, Larry Will X, welcome to the Assassination MLK Money Making Monday live edition. And script writer says, yep, DHS going through phones. See, again, this is something special. 314 round trip from New York City. That's correct. New York City is going to have the cheapest rates normally. That's why I said, other than New York City, is why I said that. And Florida, other places don't have these rates. They have special deals. Why? It's very simple, supply and demand. There's a lot of tourists that go to DR, or their origination is out of Florida or in New York City area, New JFK, or what's the other one? I can't remember the name of it. LaGuardia, right? So just keep that in mind. Let's go. McDonald's is not real food. Wiser the most, ladies and gentlemen, he has said it all. Do not eat at McDonald's. That is Soylent Green. Fries aren't fries. Burgers aren't burgers. Just saying. Soylent Green, they make food out of goo. Remember those nuggets? Remember those fries? You guys can Google it now on YouTube. We have a whistleblower. They're showing the video. Come on. It's bad for you. Fast food is bad for you. And they're not the only ones doing this. Chick-fil-A. Just saying, do your research. You will not eat at these places ever again. All right? Just so you guys know, I don't eat at fast foods. I eat at Panera. Just saying. Awesome food. Um, no. No fast foods. They're completely out now. So I used to, but every now and then, but but you can do things that isn't good for you as long as you have all this good stuff inside your body. You can always go off the reservation, but you need the majority of your consumption to be good for your body. And then when you get bad stuff, your body goes, we can get rid of some of this stuff, no problem. But when you're eating it every day, the bad stuff, the body starts going, hey, man, we're getting a little weak up here trying to fight this stuff. Some of it's going to get through. You better change up. People are like, I'm not changing up until something happens. Hey, sir, you have high blood pressure. Hey, sir, your kidneys aren't functioning properly. Hey, sir, you might have dementia. Hey, sir, all kind of stuff. You might have, wait, you got diabetes type 2. Hey, you have cancer, tumors. All right, here we go. Brian Barbie, welcome to the SSN Nation MLK Holiday Money Making Money Live Edition. Dominican Republic real estate. Anybody have any other comments about it before I go? It's 2 hours and 58 minutes and we got to run. If you're polite, you could do well anywhere. That's right, the Shredder. The Shredder got it exactly right. You guys see how we have love everywhere, and that's the key right there. I'm not coming with the United States big bad dudes, I rule the world nonsense. People can feel the vibes. I'm over here having fun. I ain't trying to put nobody down. I'm not trying to hurt anybody. I'm not trying to take advantage of nobody. I'm over here like, hey, what's happening? I'm in the house. You in the house. What's going down? Not really talking like that exactly, but still, it's along that vibe. Minding my own business generally, going to my spots I want to go check out, go to a tourist spot. Okay, great. I might buy something, but oftentimes not. But at least when somebody says something, hey, what's happening? What you doing? You're from the US. I can tell by your voice. That's right, man. What's happening? Where are you from? Hey, we have conversation. Next thing you know, hey, I'm having a cookout. Yeah, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. All right. You just never know. It happens. Silver up to fire. Is it over 100 yet? Let me know. I haven't been checking tonight. It should be. It would go according to my plan. Oh, in fact, it should be over 100 in the morning, if not tonight, because the United States, the banks in the US, the EU, they got to make decisions because a lot of people are going to be asking for their silver to be delivered, and they're going to have to give them the bad news. So the short squeeze should commence, if not tomorrow or tonight, then sometime this week. There should be a short squeeze because people are going to get, you know, JP Morgan and a few other banks were shorting the silver market to try to keep the price low. Is that wild? They had to pay billions of dollars. This is what they've been doing for the last 60 years, along with giving you paper silver notes or gold back silver notes, which was paper. And yeah, they might have a strip of silver or gold on them, but that's here nor there. They just wanted you not to buy physical silver and gold, which you should have a little bit of it. All right. I eat Freddy's and Sonic at times. The true trill. I want you to live to be 90 walking around. See, this is what I always told people back in the day. I would tell them, I said, well, when you get older, how do you want to be able to get around? Do you want to be in a wheelchair? Do you want to walk around? Do you want to run around? Do you want to have to carry an oxygen tank? You're going to have to take pills. I mean, how do you want to get around when you get older? All of it starts while you're younger and while you go from 18 to 40. That matters. Your body can still rejuvenate itself at a lot faster rate between 18 to your mid 30s, to your 40s. If you do not give your body the necessary nutrients to function properly, your body is a computer. It shuts down certain parts of your body to take care of the nuisance. They regulate. And if you don't understand that your body regulates, what starts happening is it starts saying, well, if we can't fix this, we'll move over to another section we can fix. And the rest of it, it's going to have to work on its own as is. And then when you go to the doctor and he says, hey, man, your kidneys aren't working properly. Okay, problem. When they start saying, hey, you got high blood pressure. Okay, problem. All this stuff. Oh, my heart. Oh, wait, you need some pacemaker. All of a sudden, all this stuff is from an accumulation over time. It didn't just happen last month or last year. It's what happened 20 years ago, 10 years ago, 5 years ago. And you not changing matters. Health is wealth. And you're about to find out in America exactly what that means over the next 2 years as healthcare is cut. DR real estate. Do you see a big buying opportunity 2020? Yes, the shredder, I do. Do you know the reason why I'm telling you right now? I told people about this. This is what's going to happen, in my opinion. A lot of these mega projects will be finished. That's right. Think we will see a lot of inventory in DR. Exactly. We already have more inventory. That's why prices for rentals are going to go down for short-term rentals. It's going to be hard to maintain a high occupancy rate unless you have premium property at the right price. Meaning, what's number one when people go to an island that everybody asks for when they go, hey, is it on the water? Is it on the ocean? If you have a property on the ocean and you bought that property in 2008, 2009, 2017, 2019, you could have something with ocean view 100 feet to 200 feet from the ocean, and you bought it in the mid twos. You could have gotten it for even in the high ones until 2019, 2020. Then it's 250, 260. 2022, now it's 300. So that matters. And you have a lot of people who bought pre 2021 and they bought 1 bedroom, 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms for 190 to 275. And they are either on the beach, have ocean view, And those properties will rent and have a higher occupancy rate because people will pay those prices to be on the beach. Easy. People are going to pay 14, 15, 17, 1800 a week to be on the beach. That's not even a problem for a sale. The problem is everybody that's not on the beach and you have high occupancy availability. That's where the problem comes in. And once you have that, which I think this year it's going to be a problem, now when we have deliveries in 2027 and 2028, all these mega projects like Atlantida, Cruise on Land, Larimar, more projects from Vistacana, Oceana, I don't even know what the holdup is on that. They're already 2 years late. This is crazy. So now, what are you going to do? The Reef Condo Hotel, also in Los Cordecido. What about all them units? All the other units in Los Corrales, El Cordecido, it's going to be built in the back. Jardines 4 will be built. Plus all of these, those are thousands of units that's going to come online in 2027, 2028 that people paid lower prices for. Well, actually, it's not going to work for Atlantida because the cheaper prices goes away fast and then you overpaid later. But nonetheless, for everybody else, Cruise on Land, Larimar, Vistacana properties, people who have delivery that's been delayed, who bought like White, bought a 1-bedroom swim up inside Vistacana for 118, 117. Can you imagine walking to the second man-made beach is within, I think it's probably about 100 yards. So do you think he'll be able to get 117 a night? More than likely in 2027 and 2028 because inflation. People are going to be like, okay, but 117 is not unreasonable in 2027, 2028, right? Larimar, out in the middle of nowhere, people still think, oh, people won't go out there. Well, if you have a 2-bedroom and you bought it for 119, 125, 135, and somebody says, I have ocean view, but it's 15 minutes, 20 minutes from the airport, and I have all these amenities, people are going to go, well, wait a minute, you have a 2-bedroom ocean view and it's 139, 125, and all these amenities? They're going to go, sure, I'll stay out there. Why? Because you're going to be able to travel. So now let's get to the 2027, 2028 scenario. Now you have delivery in 2027, 2028. Not only are you going to have an advantage because you were supposed to have delivery in 2024, 2023, 2025, 2026, and you didn't. You have the inflation appreciation for the value of your property. Then you also bought it cheaper and it's going to be lower than the new prices then. So what's going to end up happening if occupancy continues to go down? Tourism continues to stay just 300,000, 400,000 more per year. Occupancy rates are going to rise. Now, all of these people who bought it, let's just use Larimar, 125 grand. It's going to be worth 200 and something grand. Those people are going to say, you know what? It's not worth it for me to rent it. Who's going to give me 175? I want out. Just give me my 50,000 profit. I'm out. I already was waiting for 5 years, 6 years. I'm out. Just give me the 50 G's. Or some would say, give me the 140. Give me 130. In fact, hell, I got to pay the HOAs. I'm losing money. I'm not really getting that many rentals. I'll sell this for 110. It can go a bunch of ways, but the only way I see this is I don't know where you're going to get the tourism numbers to offset the decline in tourist numbers. I don't see how that's going to happen. You would have to stop war situations. You're going to have to stop intimidation of immigration or when tourists land in your country. I mean, there's a bunch of stuff that has to happen that's never happened in our lifetimes, really. If this was 100 years ago, you would have seen it happen. If it was even 60 years ago, you would have seen this happen. But in the last 30 years, 40 years, this is unprecedented. There's wars, but those wars relegated to the Middle East. I mean, you don't get too many tourists from the Middle East in the first place. So again, I see buying opportunity. In fact, I know there's buying opportunities right now. First of all, let me explain. Right now, people are selling villas. That's right, villas for 156,000. That is 3 bedroom, 2 baths in DR. I get stuff all the time. This is where the problem comes in. When you have villas that can sleep 6 people, 3 bedroom, 2 baths, 3 bedroom, 2.5 baths, and they're selling for under 200 grand all over the island because they can't do anything with it. They're sitting there going, well, man, I can have somebody rent it from me. But see, it's DR, so I can only charge people, what, 1,100? Okay, great, but I take a risk. Or I can't get a high occupancy rate for the short-term rental either. So I just won out. So since I bought it at 156 and now it's worth 275, I can take 200. So now a person later gets less risk, plus you can assess the market at the time. Pre-construction, you can't assess the market until it's built. So you have an advantage on things that are already built. So when the delivery comes in 2027, 2028, everybody will know how much they can rent their units for and how much they're worth. So again, people are not going to be paying to keep their units. That's not even a thing. There are some people that will, but you'll be able to figure it out at the time in real time. Is there more tourists than before? Is tourism still high? Is there 14 million to 15 million coming in 2027? You'll know because occupancy rates would be high. Is there 15 million? And by the way, I'm not pulling this out. I already said this every year. I gave you guys the numbers 4 years ago. And so this year, we were supposed to have 9.5 in 2025 to 10 million. We got 8.8. Next year, 2026, or this year, 2026, we're supposed to have 10.5. So if the number comes in at 9.2, you're going to be 1.2 million visitors off to 1.7. That gap is what you're going to need to cover, and I don't know where it's going to come from. You can't keep building hotels. That's not going to bring in additional tourists. And they have $1 trillion of hotels on the books for the island. Literally. Some of them will not be built. So what did they do? They went to condo hotels. So then people would give them the money so they reduce their risk for the hotels. The hotels would still be built, and so they moved to the next model. We're going to have the HOA, you pay us. We're going to do the management, you pay us. So now you are the mark. Now you are the customer because they control the inventory, and you're going to be paying HOAs, furniture upgrades every 5 to 7 years for whatever we say it is. And there ain't a damn thing you can do about it. And if occupancy is 50% or 70% or 30%, you still paying us our HOAs, and we're doing rental pools. So all those 30 or 40% of units that aren't rented, guess what? They get to split part of the profit. So now you get way less money for your investment of these condo hotels. And so that model works for them because they still get to tell you, oh, we got special assessments. Insurance went up. So now you need to pay us an extra $1,500 this year plus your HOAs. And oh, by the way, the HOA is not going to be $3 a square meter. It's got to be $4 now. They get to always make money. That's why you're the mark on condo hotels. If you don't understand that part, that's why they started showing up on the island post haste, because a year and a half, 2 years ago, they started reading the tea leaves. They said, man, hold up. If we're going to risk $300 million. Why? You guys see the numbers? Did you see that guy on Stop Struggling Now? He's right. There's going to be a decline. Why are we going to spend $300 million? No, hell no. Why don't we just sell the units, tell people they're condo hotels, have them pay for it, and if we're late, who cares? It's not going to matter. There's no laws here that's going to block us or stop anything. We'll just tell them it'll be built in 2028 after the fact. And then they got you at 50 to 60% of whatever you're making, they're keeping. Simple. So that's where we go. So the opportunities in 2027, 2028 is going to be abound. They're going to be all over the place, I think, because people are going to go, I overpaid. For all these people who bought in 2024, 2025, and upwards, they may have their units delivered by this time, but now they're going to find out. I have a 2-bedroom that I bought, let's say, not me, but somebody's going to find out. I bought a 2-bedroom condo for $250,000 in just random location. That, okay, it's by the beach, it's kind of cool, but they now find out they can only rent it for 175, 150 a night, and they find out occupancy is 30%. That's not sustainable. So now all of a sudden they're like, let me get rid of this thing at what cost? I'm going to tell you again, in 2020, there was a lady that bought a 2-bedroom, 2.5 bath across the street from the beach, looking outside of the living room on the balcony. You can see the ocean because it was literally 150 feet away in Los Corrales, El Cordacito, because the property 200 feet behind her, El Dorado condos, their 2 bedrooms were 60, 70 grand because they were older. Her 2.5, she couldn't get 264. She bought it in the other boom in the 2000s, early 2000s. She bought her unit for 261, 264, somewhere in there. She had a for sale sign. I said, hey, what are you selling this for? She goes, oh, what I bought it for in 2008. I go, what? How much did you pay? She goes, I bought it at the boom, the other boom. It was 264, 261. I can't really remember. It was 260 something. And she goes, I only want what I bought it for. I don't care. And I go, yeah, but you're renting this like $50, $60 a night. She goes, exactly. This is what I've been doing for the last 10 years. I'm like, so I said, okay, so you've been getting a little revenue in. She goes, yes, but that's the point. There's no real big revenue coming in. I just want to get back what I got. I'm not selling it for less. 2020, she sold it in 2022 for her 264 price, 261, whatever. To give you an idea, this is what happens when there's all of a sudden a downtick. The same rules are going to apply again, because there will be a downtick, in my opinion. So then you're going to have opportunities to buy at yesterday's price for a limited amount of time until the next boom cycle, if there is one. And if there isn't one, then there's going to be all kind of deals. So if there's no boom cycle in 2027 or 2028, where all of a sudden there's an extra 1 million or 2 million tourists coming to the island, I don't know why there would be, because you've already messed up your investment cycle. So what was at one time investing in DR by ordinary citizens, which is where you get the bulk of the money, they effed it up because of these. Like I said, I was always bitching that they're not delivering on time, that they're not doing the right thing, notifications, talking to people who makes investments. The legal system is not supporting the investors. All that year after year by not doing that and siding on the side of developers and them going over, messing over people. This is why we're going to be in a situation now. All of that has an effect later. Just because it didn't affect nothing in 2020, 2022, 2023, 2024-ish, it's affecting it now because everybody was supposed to have delivery in those years. And now people are still waiting for deliveries. That's not going to happen until 2027, maybe 2026, maybe. So all those people, millions, are sitting here pissed off, and there's other people whose project didn't even get built at all. So that's another problem. So I believe, yes, there will be opportunities. It's how it works. All right. I went on that a little bit too long because I wasn't trying to be over here. All right. Too long. Shador, he says, completely agree. Riviera Island and Atlanta that will have 1,000 units once completed. Exactly. And also the other one, Poseidon, out at Rock, is also going to have like 800, 900 units. So just those two units or those two projects, even though they both have like 4 phases, 5 phases, over the next 5 years, they're going to add 2,000 just there. And they're not even counting the other in Los Corrales, El Cordecito also has another 2,000 that's going to be on the market in the next 2 years, this year in 2027. So they're over the next 4 years, just in Los Corrales, El Cordecito, they're going to be adding like 5,000 units. That's not sustainable. They're not adding the most important things. Revitalization. They're not adding electricity grid. They're not adding sewer, water, because you can't drink the water. Just saying, right? So if you're not going to build the infrastructure, but you're going to add 4 to 5,000 units, that is a recipe for disaster, and you're not adding any creature comforts. So what if I have 10 restaurants that I can walk to in less than 5 minutes? So what if I can walk to a mini mart grocery store in less than 5 minutes? We're not getting down to the tourist situation. You can go eat anywhere you stay. Downtown will be bigger. You can go eat downtown if you stay downtown. So what's the difference? Some people would say, well, you got clubs or what? Okay, you got the same thing you're going to have there, you're going to have there, except people are going to go, well, it's not near the beach. I'm like, so what? I can go to any beach. There's no real advantage on an island about a beach when I'm staying near the beach. I can get to the beach. So it's up to the person's mood. But people are only going to pay so much to be by the beach. And when you have no other amenities and people go, well, I'm going to go on excursions, or I got to go, where's the tennis court at? Where's the paddleball courts at? Where's the basketball courts at? Where's the golf course at? All these things are not by beaches usually. So now these people are going to be leaving to go do something that they wanted to do instead of going to the restaurant and going to the beach. Right? And then waiting till 9 at night to go to a club. That's a certain age bracket. Families are looking for, hey, where's the tennis court, the basketball court? Where's the skate park? Where's the baseball field, soccer field? Hey, the kids can have a little activity while we're staying here instead of every time we're willing to spend $99 per person or $150 per person to go on excursions. All of this matters when you start calculating spendable dollars. Now, let's get numbers straight. Remember when we started doing these numbers? You guys understand the visitors were spending $1,436 a week. First quarter average. Do you see those numbers? So do you really think all these tourists are sitting there going, you know what? I think I have a family of 4. I'm going to spend $400 3 times for excursions. And then when we get back, the kids are sitting there twiddling their thumbs. Oh, yeah, you can go to the beach again. Okay, you can go to the beach club again. Great. But wouldn't it have been so much better if you said, hey, we got back. Tamara Larry was at the May 2025 SSN Lifestyle Punta Cana Investors Forum, had the kids, her children come. They were over 18. We go to Jardines. They were hanging out. There's a basketball court there. All of a sudden, these guys start shooting around like they lived there. But this is the point. If there's no basketball court, if there's no activity, the first thing that would have happened would have been like, hey, what are we doing here? That's the point. So you have to figure out where you're going to buy. And why I always said amenities, amenities, amenities trump everything else, even though, yes, I agree with the ocean view on the ocean. Those have the most appeal because that's the number one thing everybody asks when they go to an island. But after those few people, because remember, there's only a few spots that have that on the island. The other millions of units don't have that view. So now it's going to go with, hey, if you stay over here, I don't charge you 200 and 300 a night. I charge you 175 a night. But now you and your family or you and your friends can go over here and you start listing things like, again, people say in Vista Cana, for instance, they go, oh, it's only a long-term rental spot. I said, I don't see that. They go, yeah, that's it. I said 99% of all the guys that I've seen on YouTube, because it comes up, and there's some famous guys that have thousands of views, and they tell people it's going to be a residential spot. It's not going to be for short-term rentals. I'm like, I don't see what you see because I've been doing this business a long time before Airbnb came out. So I'm going to tell you major things. Number one, a person calls up. If they called you, they would say, I need a ocean view. Do you have that? Do you have on the ocean view? And then they'll say, well, I'm willing to spend, let's just use a number, $300 per night. That may be possible. It was possible because there are units that cost $300 or 300K or less up until about 2022. After that time, though, trying to get a 2-bedroom unit with ocean view on the water, it ain't going to be no 250, 300 G's. It's going to be more than that now. But the point I'm trying to make is after you tell them, let's just say $400 per night, they go, okay, no problem. That's $2,800 plus tax. Okay, whatever. 3 G's. Okay, fine. But how I always told people was, I said, does it really matter if you're on the water? Because after you're on the water, what are you going to do? What are your kids going to do? And they're like, well, we're going to go to the beach, hang out, we're go whatever. I mean, I said, yeah, exactly. You're going to have you're going to be in your room watching the ocean instead of being at the ocean in the water or sitting in loungers. I said 7 days. I would tell people this I talk candidly. I go, hold on, man. So you're going to spend 3 G's to stay over there. I said, and you're going to stay in a 1-bedroom that sleeps 4 and have people sitting on a sofa sleeper. I said, come on, man. I said, so how about staying in a place that has a game room, basketball courts, tennis courts, i.e. paddleball courts, has the same pool spa, has a mini mart, restaurant on site, and it's half the price. But you're 2 or 3 blocks away from the beach. And oh, by the way, you don't have ocean view. Oftentimes, I'm not saying 100% of the time, but it's 60 or 70% of the time the people go, I got people with me. That would actually be kind of cool. What am I thinking? I can always walk to the beach. Exactly. Exactly. 60, 70% of the time, people would say, forget that, man. I'll just get your spot for 1,500. And it's a 2-bedroom because it's not on the beach, so it costs less. So therefore the price is less. Now they have more room. Now there are like have extra sleeping areas. They don't have to be crunched in. All of a sudden, 1,500 is sold. And you get to still make a hefty profit. Just saying. So people don't understand this is a thing. All right. This is a thing. So I see a small pullback value. You're exactly right, the shredder. That's what I see too. You're exactly right. It's exactly along that line. Often wish that I could save everyone, but I'm a dreamer. Wiser the most. We trying, man. We know we can't save everybody. You nailed it. I'm in. Uh, is that a Rhode Island owner group? We've had a few people already try to sell unit at a loss. There you go. What's RI? I don't know what that is. Let me know if that's real estate. Oh, real estate investor owner group, I guess. If you're living there, great deals. Buying to rent. Yep. I don't know. That might be tough. Yeah, exactly. I'm not a fan of buying to rent. I'm not a fan under any circumstance. The reason why the bulk of DR citizens don't make enough to give you that 1,500 that you might need, or 1,700 like American dollars. I will say at Coral Village in Los Morales, they had rental units there where these people were trying to get $1,300, $1,400 a month last year. And they were getting it because people were coming from Europe and having to work. So they were getting paid. But if you're going to have to rely on the norm, I would not think you're going to get $1,500, $1,600 a month when that's below the average earnings for a Dominican citizen. So I'm glad you mentioned this, because this right here is what I tried to tell people. Right now, people realize I paid too much. I can't do the short-term rentals because the occupancy level is too low. So now I'm paying to have somebody stay here. It's not worth it. I bought it for a low price. Let me get my 20 to 40 grand and be hasta la vista and move on to something else that makes more sense right now. That's what's going to happen. So I'm very happy that you're sharing that with this, the shredder, because exactly, people aren't hearing. They want to be in denial because they're listening to the people such as the tourism department telling people, oh, we had 11.6 million people, but they don't tell them that includes cruise passengers that don't have nothing to do with staying there. And people get all gung-ho. Oh, look, man, look at all these tourists coming over here. Look. It does you no good if tourists are only going to hotels. It does you no good from an investor standpoint. Your business, it does no good. Your short-term rentals does no good. That's not good for you. All right. I agree with the 100% there, Shredder. Diabetes type 2 gives erectile disorder to the world above. Oh, man, don't start talking like that, man. That starts hurting people's feelings. Just as prostate cancer does the same thing. This is erectile dysfunction, happens from diabetes, sugar, ladies and gentlemen. Again, don't do it. The Shredder, River Island. Yeah. And remember, River Island was touted as, oh, you can get a studio for $159,000. Yeah, okay. Well, the Noval way is increased the price. So when they get to the one bedroom, all of a sudden it's now like $175. You're not going to be renting that for $175 per night. I can tell you that right now. And they're going to have you under the management rules. Just saying. So now you're going to get 50. So basically you're renting for like 90 a night, 80 a night. You're going to need a 70 to 80% occupancy rate. And they're going to try and do this in-house thing. And the only way that's going to work is if they have some sort of travel club, which I don't know if they do. Noval has a lot of properties, so they could sell it to travel club scenarios where people could pay, because some people pay, $3,000 a week or something, But again, I doubt it. And they're going to have 1,000 units. Probably by 2028, there'll be 1,000 units there. At least 500. So wow, River Island. And And the other thing is, we don't even know what's going to happen with none of these projects, all these grandiose projects, Larimar, Cruise on Land, Atlantida, Poseidon. We don't know what's going to happen as the price of materials, inflation. It costs more to build what they said they were going to build on inception. So it's going to be very, very interesting. River Island, okay, Atlantida project. Yeah, yeah. And by the way, they're late as usual. No biggie. And they're probably going to have the bulk of their delivery in 2027, 2028 for first phase. Just like Oceana, people pay 250 G's for a one bedroom. They paid 250 for a one bedroom when it started at 150, 170. Then two bedrooms were around there. Then the two bedrooms went to three something. I don't know about you guys, but trying to get 300 per night and you're not at the ocean inside of Los Corrales next to or close to La Bruja, I don't I don't see how people are going to pay this unless what they said they were going to build happens, where they have like the grocery store, which they have small amount of room. The grocery store, like what is it, a 20 to 50 seat auditorium to do some sort of shows, which again, that's not enough people. They're going to have a restaurants, but again, there's restaurants everywhere. So again, I don't call first of all, I don't call restaurants an amenity. I only call it an amenity when you're including a restaurant within your location. So, like, they consider it an amenity. I'll consider it somewhat of an amenity, but it's not exclusive. People can go eat anywhere. So, just because you have it, fine. It kind of, but let's go to the other side. Larimar in the middle of nowhere, Vista Cana in the middle of nowhere. They say, you don't have to leave. We have restaurants on site. That's an amenity, so to speak. When I'm already in Los Corrales and I got freaking 50 restaurants to choose from within a 5-minute walk, and you tell me, hey, I got a restaurant gastronomy situation. I'm like, great, but it's not like we don't have restaurants around here. In fact, I have a few favorites already established before you show up. Those type of things messes things up because on the surface it's great where you can say that for marketing, but if I got another 50, I probably exaggerating, but let's say I have another 20 because I know there's 20 within a 5-minute walk of restaurants in Los Corrales. Why you adding two more, three more is going to make me go to your spot? It would have to be hella good and reasonably priced because you're going to have a problem trying to be citrus and charge me an extra like 10-20% premium over other restaurants when you don't have the citrus cachet. You can't charge me 960 pesos and then move it up to around 1150 pesos if you're not La Bruja. I'll go to La Bruja for the extra 200 pesos. But I'm not going to the new spot trying to give the same price or higher price just because you're new. That's not how it works. So again, and they added a condo hotel at Oceana in case Oceana owners are watching this. Yeah, I know it's crazy. They got Wyndham, I think. Again, another mistake. And you better hope Wyndham doesn't manage your projects. That's another mistake. If you own at Oceana and they start coming to you saying Wyndham is our condo hotel because they're building a condo hotel in there that they didn't tell nobody about originally, and Wyndham is notorious for taking over HOA boards and then changing rules, doing it their way that makes it profitable, freezing you out from renting your own stuff, and then telling you, "Oh, we'll rent it for you." And then I've these guys are I won't even say it, man. They're just bad news as far as I'm concerned. They'll start scrimping too. So everything that was normal, they'll start trying to monetize it. That's the thing. They start stripping away things that should be normal. So I don't like Wyndham. Um, they took over a few properties that I own, and every time, always bad. Like, I'll give you guys a perfect example because the number one property at one time was Vino Bello in Napa. These clowns take over. All of a sudden, they go. It used to be if you go stay there, you come to the front desk, they would say, "Hey, do you want housekeeping?" Person says no. Okay, cool. Housekeeping, how much is it? It's only 35, $40. Wyndham takes over. Um, Housekeeping. You want housekeeping? Yes. Oh, well, housekeeping's $100, $125. What? You're only going to stop like 3 days from now, midweek? What are you talking about right now? They also started taking rooms out of inventory that owners were renting through them. They would do that. They did all kind of shady crap. And they took over the HOA, so then they made new rules. Crazy stuff. I would never trust them with anything. And by the way, they did something with booking.com, uh, which I haven't even told you guys about this. Maybe I have. I was doing something with booking.com back in 2013, 14. So booking.com starts up. They were going to do hotels. I called management, and I said, "Hey, man, you can do short-term rentals on your platform. This is going to be the up-and-coming thing." They said, "Really?" So now it took like over the course of 4 or 5 days. So now I get the management is saying, "Okay, we agree. I got everything like exclusive where I can put on stuff on there. Nobody else can do it." Next thing I know, which has nothing to do with anything, they were looking for partners, I guess. I call them and say, "Hey, it's Thursday or Friday." I say, "Hey, I haven't received the contract yet. What's happening? I thought this was just a formality and I have no paperwork." They're like, "Yeah, Wyndham called us." And I was like, "Wyndham?" I was like, "Are you serious right now?" They go, "Yeah, Wyndham called us and they're trying to buy a platform." And so basically they bought RCI, which is for timeshares. And since Airbnb was already out there and a few other platforms were starting up, the Expedias and all that stuff, they said, "We're going to buy or make a partnership with the platform, and then we're only going to allow them to do short-term rentals." So nothing bad. I mean, it was just business. But the fact of the matter is, I was literally like 1 day from signing a contract where I was going to have exclusive right for short-term rentals on their platform. But no big deal. But this is what Wyndham does. And then they screw over the company. This is their MO. Just saying. All right. So you don't want them guys as your condo hotel owners. I'm telling you. All right. Okay. We're out of here, ladies and gentlemen. Almost 4 hours. I got things to do. I got to get some water. I got to get some food, snacks, all that. I want to thank you for being here. After this in replay, if anybody has any questions, you know what to do down in the comments section. Just make comments and ask. I'll find it. I'll be there. And thank you so much to Shredder because you've actually started what I was trying to tell people. It's already happening. I get offers for stuff that people are willing to give it away for pretty much what they bought it for. And she's now finding out people at River Island are considering selling for a loss. That's how serious this is because they do realize they bought a studio for $159,000, $160,000, the initial ones that look at the parking lot. They can go look right now and figure out, will I get $1,100 when they add 500 units here? Because they can see already in that area, getting a studio unit to give you $1,100, $1,200 for the week is pretty slim. And knowing that Atlanta is probably going to add a condo. They're going to handle some, probably going to do some management stuff. So I don't know if they're going to allow people to do their own Airbnbs, but I doubt it because they're already fully furnished. Everybody has the same furnishings. So therefore, they can read the tea leaves already because they know they're only going to get roughly 50% of the value. So if they're renting for 200, they get 100. That's still not a win unless they're doing over 75% occupancy and they're going to promise people we're going to do 75, we're going to do 80% because we're going to have some crew out here doing something. I'm like, good luck, but I'm going to tell you one other thing. Go look at La Reserva Real. That's near Jellyfish, just a 3-minute walk to the beach. They made that a condo hotel. You know what happened? We'll do this right now. I think it's La Reserva Real, right? Yeah, La Reserva Real, condos, Los Corrales, I believe. Let's go see. I think it's, or is it Reserva Real? It might be Reserva Real. Those are managed by, it's basically a condo hotel, right? Okay. Last, I thought Reserva Real by Harper Reviews. So check this out. Last year, the studio, I think they had studios in one bedrooms. They were charging $86 per night. That means people got $40 or $45 per night. Let's see if anything's changed this year because hotel occupancy is going down. They're not really in the prime location. So let's see what we can come up with here, which would make things very, very interesting. Let me get myself something to drink while I'm waiting for this. I don't know why the upload. Oh man, oh man, skyrockets on gold up to 47.12, trending up this whole time I've been on the phone. We could have been winning, doing trading for the gold. Dang. Wow. Sad. Very sad. My goodness. Okay. I haven't checked this. We have two travelers. Let's go. I'll uh I'll see. I'm not gonna go with okay. Have anyone already on here? This is media. We have you're getting 40 around week. Does anybody think these things cost 94,000 for a 2-bedroom and a 1-bedroom cost 84,000? Forget that. Scratch that. You're only going to get 50%. So do you really think something costs 40? It didn't cost 45. Let's just cut the crap, right? And 94 means that's $47. 847 for the week, ladies and gentlemen. Now, hold on. Let me see if I have this on the screen. Oh, you guys don't see it. Hold on. Forgot. Sorry. It looks like Mo Better's in the house. Mo, you just showed up. Welcome to the SSN Nation MLK Holiday Edition of the Money Making Monday live stream. Mo, just what we were talking about in chat, the shredder who's in the real estate investment or River Island group. Look at what she said. Here you go. Check this out. Exactly what I was saying. You nailed it. I'm in a River Island owner group. We've had a few people already try to sell unit at a loss. If you're living there, great deals. Buying to rent, I don't know. That might be tough. Yeah, I know. She's already in a group and she's already getting the feedback. People are actually trying to sell at a loss for River Island. I told you occupancy levels matter. Me and Mo's been talking about some of this stuff right now. Okay, Mo says the connection spotty. Dang it. Yeah, I had some stuff out here. Here you go, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, Mo, since you're here, you love Naval. Do you remember how much the La Reserva units cost? Remember, this is a condo hotel, Reserva Real by Harper. Look at this, $84 a night for a 1-bedroom. I know, crazy. You know they're in a rental pool. You know it's going to be at least 50%. So that means this $84 per night. Let's do the third number pricing. This is by airfare in order to $84 per night. That is a travesty. Night, $757 for the week. You only get the $84. That's the kicker. So that's $42 best case scenario. The $94 is a 2-bedroom, which is incredible. $847 a night. They have 0 left. This one they have plenty left. So again, I don't know what zeros left means when it says I can reserve it. Oh, 6 left. Sorry, it has 6 left. So again, I'm pretty sure the 2-bedroom by Noval costs 150 to 200. I'm pretty sure fully furnished, and people are going to get $47 a night. Now, can we get $47 a night with a 70, 250 nights? Let's go look. 47 times 250. That's 11,000. No, we didn't buy this thing for 117,000. That didn't happen. So now I got 50% of that total, 5Gs. 50, yeah, we'll just call it 5,600 divided by, I'm guessing, but let's say it's 169,000. Talking about 3.3%. And we got HOAs to deal with. We got rental pools to deal with. So we're not even going to get $47 a night. Let's get real. All right. There you go. Okay. Connection spotty. Thank you for that, man. Thank you for letting me know. I did have way too much stuff open. So again, thank you so much for coming in the house tonight, the Shredder, because you helped validate what we suspected. Since I'm not in your group, I would have never known, but I'm in other groups where I'm seeing people are giving up their villas, their townhome, their condos at near what the pre-construction prices were. And in some cases, they just want out. I mean, they're just willing to, they're not going at losses. They're just trying to get like 10 to 15,000 more than what they bought it for. But that's below the developer's second, third, or fourth phase pre-construction prices, which is awesome. That is awesome. Wow. Rhode Island units being sold at a loss. Is that a couple, a few, or a substantial amount of units, 20 or more units being sold at a loss? What's going on with River Island? Like I said, people are reading the tea leaves. They're going around looking at rental prices, and they're sitting there going, well, wait a minute. I bought this thing for, remember the studios were 159 originally. So that means the one bedrooms were two something. Then they can go to La Reserva, which is a Noval property, and be like, wait a minute, man. They're only charging $94 at that spot. We need 300, and we need 80, 70 to 80% occupancy, which we don't know the occupancies, but that's what you can figure out the numbers once you understand the tourist numbers and existing properties in your area, which Atlanta is not near. One of the things that's different about Atlanta is they're near all inclusives. They're not really in the residential area, but they have awesome amenities. But again, people are locked in to the rentals, whatever it is, and it's going to be 50% generally. When you have management, they're going to take 25%. They're going to take your HOA fee. They're going to take any credit card transactions, which mostly are credit cards. They're going to share or give that to you for the reservation. So the $94 per night is going to be off 4% also. So plus they're going to charge you their fee for whoever the booking agents could be. So now all of a sudden you could be off 6%. Now that $94, for instance, automatically could be dropped to 89. And then the next thing you know, they're taking the 50% off the 89. So you're at 44.50. And then they tell you we're sharing some of your 44.50 with the units that weren't rented, and we only rented 80% of the units. So that means the other 20% get theirs. And now all of a sudden you're down to 41.40, but you bought the place for, even if it was 159, you're not getting anywhere near what you need back. It's just bad. River Island is not even complete, which is the wild. You know they're not on time. So people, I don't, internally, I think people can sell. I think they can with Noval because that's what they do anyhow. Remember, they do pre-sales. That's why they've always been able to stay ahead of the curve only because tourism numbers were high. Once tourism numbers drop, all of a sudden they're not going to have the buyers that pre-buy and then they resell it. So they win. The buyers are the ones now at risk. And I think you can pre-sell. There's a few projects that let you sell in-house, or are they selling because of delays? It's not built, so they might be selling for delays. Because again, they're losing like we were talking about, Mo, is that they were losing money because they can't even rent, but actually they realize they're going to lose money. They are not going to be able to charge for a studio unit for 159. They are not going to be able to charge $160 a night. They're not going to be able to charge 300. That's for sure. So therefore, all these people are going to be earning 2 to 3% at their best case scenario. Best case. I don't see how they can do 300 a night. That's not even a thing. That's not going to happen. They're not going to do 400 for sure. You'd be in all-inclusive territory. So, and even 300 a night's in all-inclusive territory. So again, it starts getting dicey. Gets real dicey. Oh, it's going to keep going, man. It's going to keep going. I told you about this. It's going to snowball because of all the delays. Selling because of delays originally. If you're financing, you're paying interest on something you don't own. We have a HELOC, so we pay interest. Yeah. I told people not to buy using a HELOC because this exact example she's using. Because once you use the HELOC, you're paying interest only, and that starts adding up. And you have no way and no way to recoup the money for years. I had somebody use their HELOC for buy eBay property, and I told them before they did it, I said, don't do it. I'd rather you not buy it than to get the HELOC. Now that it's delayed, they have a high HELOC loan. Now they're paying that mortgage or that extra money every month. And now the delay is 2+ years with no end in sight. Crazy. Here we go. We are staying at the beach for 4 nights for $550 in April. We are hoping for 140 to 200 a night at not gonna happen. At River Island when built. I do think 10 years from now will be good though. Rough years will be 2020. No, it's indefinite. Here's again, there is no signs of turnaround on the island. And by the way, this right here is the problem. You just said it. We're staying at the beach for 4 nights for $550. That's what is that? $140 a night, 125 a night, 150 would be 600. So you're paying like 135 to stay at the beach. This is exactly what I was saying. April is considered semi-prime, right? It's the middle of April, then things start getting dicey. But you're not going to get 140 to 200 at River Island. By the way, the shredder, what did you buy at River Island? Is it the studio at 159 that has parking lot view? See, that's the other thing. It was higher if you didn't have parking lot view. That was an intro price. How much was I should go look it up. I'm a Noval. I'm associated with Noval. I can't remember what the price was. Once they went from the 159 price, didn't it go to 179? And then all of a sudden it was like 210 for those studio units. But then the studio units they were selling at the higher price weren't the parking lot view. It was the real view, interior view, right? Oh, sheesh. There we go. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. This is crazy. Got you. Eric, I told you it only makes sense right now to buy into projects that are almost done and about to come online. We were talking about, I agree with you. This is why, oh, you weren't here at the previous other thing when I was giving the advice now. I said from 2025 on, 2024 on, I said now you can't buy pre-construction. You might as well just wait, and you might as well just wait till it's actually delivered, because then you know what was built and you know the actual rental market. And based on the rental market, people will sell their units for less because they were overpriced for rental. Short-term rentals I'm referring to, not long. Well, you're already messed up if you're doing long-term, but short-term rentals. So if the short-term rental market stays what it is now, a whole bunch of units are going to be less than what the developer's second, third, and fourth phase prices are. Like, in other words, let's use a perfect example: River Island, Atlanta. She bought a what did wait, hold on, let me see something. What did she buy? What did she buy? What did she buy? The unit staying in the family. The rental is just bonus. We plan on staying there 3 to 4 months out of the year. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, okay, so here we go. She's got a 1 bedroom, 195K. I'm gonna use yours as an example though. So you know the rules here at SSN Nation is 0.1% of your purchase price. So you have to rent it for what you were saying, 195 minimum. But now the problem comes in. I think River Island's going to have their management by Noval or Harper or whoever. Therefore, they're going to charge you like 25 or 30% straight out the box. You're still going to they're going to take your HOA, so you're generally going to be around the 50%. So you're not going to be able to charge. They're not going to be able to charge 380 for a 1 bedroom. That's not a thing. Not going to happen even in 2028. It's not a thing. There's too many units on the market by 2027, 2028, and even now, there's no way you're not going to be able to charge that. Even with all their amenities, even with all the stuff they got going on, there is no way they can charge that. So the Reserva Real is the reason I went to that, is because you can see a 2 bedroom is $94, and that's literally, you can walk down the way to Jellyfish, walk down the way to the Naval Beach Club, right at the beach. You could be there in less than 5 minutes. Atlanta, though, you can't be at the beach, but they have a shuttle. And La Reserva Real might have a shuttle too. But they're supposed to have a shuttle that goes to the beach, but you're not going to be able to charge 380 when people are going to be able to stay at the actual beach in a 1 bedroom for 300, 250. So it's not going to be possible. But you have amenities, so you might be able to do something a little, but again, you can't be way over. You can't you can be less, but you can't be way over. It doesn't work in reverse. And again, since they're going to have their own management company, whoever it is, you're only going to they can't charge 380. Not going to happen. So if you were doing this as an investment for short-term rental, again, let's just get to the real numbers as well. Since we're talking about this, you guys understand January, February, March, I call it April 15th. That's prime time. Also, which is weird about DR, which is great or was great for investors, July, August, and September were great rental numbers were coming in for the last 5 years. I don't know if that's going to continue, but they're great rental numbers for summer with high humidity. Then it slows down September, October, November, but then the month of December kicks back in. But that little play has been happening over the last whatever 5, 6, 7 years. If the summer changes, then that changes everything. If it goes down to summer lower season like normal places that don't really have attractions, then that changes the whole dynamics. But again, let's just keep everything the same. You're not going to be able to charge double your 0.1% and double that during May, June, July, August, And you're definitely not going to be able to do anything in September, October, November. You could get premium prices, but you're still not going to get near 400. You're treading on all-inclusive properties at a one-bedroom rate. Even if you had a two-bedroom and you bought the two-bedroom for $250, you cannot charge $500 a night at Atlanta. You're getting in zones that people are just going to go, well, if I'm going to spend that, I'll just stay at all-inclusive. I can get deals. Because trust me, all-inclusives are in the same boat that short-term rentals are, because they are going to have another, just in Punta Cana, they're going to have another 1,000 hotel rooms this year. All inclusives up and down the coast, of course, Uvera Alto, Macau, and even in close to downtown. All that's going to be another 1,000 units that's on the market for all-inclusive hotels, Marriott's, all kind of stuff coming online. So just add another 1,000 units, and now what's going to happen with the all-inclusives? Sooner or later, they're going to tap out. And what do I mean by tap out? They're not going to clearly have enough tourists that's going to want to stay at all-inclusive to charge people $700 a night, $800 a night. It's not going to happen. You keep adding all these units without adding any attractions. You're not doing anything except the all-inclusives have their own attractions. But if you're outside of the all-inclusive, you have no attractions. You have to go to a water park and pay. So again, that's a disadvantage if you have a short-term rental. If you had it on site, like Atlanta, there's going to have stuff on site. Cruise on Land, Larimar. There's another property that's supposed to have a water park, Ada Bay 1 and 2, which I've never heard about, never seen. I don't even think they did the water park. But again, there's only certain locations that's going to have things that people go, hey, we can go hang out there and don't have to leave. That is a thing. Vista Cana, even Cap Cana is weird. It's built as a residential neighborhood, high end. They have attractions, but everything is pay to play. Unless you go to an all-inclusive. So that's why people stay at the all-inclusives and spend the money at the 5-star all-inclusives versus spending the money to stay at the condo, stay at their short-term rentals, because now you're paying how much? What's the difference? Because these guys bought their one bedrooms for $250. They bought their two bedrooms for $275 and up. So they have to try and charge $2,500 a week, $3,000 a week. And all of a sudden people start going, well, I'll stay at the special deal at Margarita for $250 a night, which they left, but they changed it to something else. But all I'm saying is this is what you're going to deal with at these high-end properties with occupancy rates being low. That is a problem. All right, let's see what everybody else has to say. Jump to 230K. Oof. Oh. You're definitely not renting. They're not renting for people at 460. That is not a thing. And they are not going to get 80% occupancy. They're not getting higher occupancy rates than the all-inclusives, especially at 460 for a one bedroom. That's not going to happen. The beach areas reign supreme when it comes to buying an investment property. Not so fast. I don't know what you mean by reign supreme. They only reign supreme for so long. So let's, you know what? I don't even know. Let's go do something right now. Okay. First, I gotta show you something. You call this reign supreme. Here it is, man. Listen, we are staying at the beach for 4 nights for $550. I don't think you're going to call that reign supreme. That's $135 a night, roughly. You really think somebody bought something at the beach for 135K recently or in the last 4 years? It would have been possible maybe 10 years ago, but not in the last 5 years. Nobody's buying anything on the beach for 135 or 150. Not even. So again, you say reign supreme. I say 135. And I'm going to tell you right now, there's people right now that can spend 350 a night for staying 2 blocks back. I mean, not a night, 350 total for their 4 nights. Just like right now, you can spend for a whole week at La Reserva, which is not at the beach, but you can walk up the street. If they have a shuttle, they might have the shuttle because Atlanta is supposed to have a shuttle. You can be at the Noval Beach Club, jellyfish and all that, walking 3 to 5 minutes. If they had a shuttle, okay, 1 minute. So that beach play that you keep thinking, again, you're going to go spend something at the beach. That's fine. It has its caveats because that's the number one choice. But it also has its limits. Just saying. Ocean view is always number one choices, right? Ocean view prices is a whole nother ball game. And she's saying she's staying at the beach for 550. That's crazy to me. But this is expected. I expect all of this, what she's saying. That's what I'm talking about. This is what's going to happen. As tourist occupancy rates go down due to new inventory on the market, prices are going to get depressed unless you can figure out a magical way to increase tourism by the million. You need 100,000 people more per month that's ever been there before, on top of what happened this year. And that only gets you to 1.2, which gets you to 10 mil. You need to be at 10.5. Is it 10.5 this year? Yeah, 10.5 to 11 in 2026. So that gets you near, but you're still going to have way too many units. So unless they get something crazy like 200,000 to go past what's needed, then they'll get their occupancy rates higher for hotels, higher for short-term rentals. It's that simple. It's based on numbers. It's not based on what you wish, coulda, shoulda, woulda. The fact is, staying at the beach always costs a little more until it doesn't. All right. There was a time in Hawaii, people were staying on the beach for $50, $60 per night in Oahu. But over time, they started doing more advertising. They got more people to come. All of a sudden, because of the high occupancy rates, now all of a sudden the beachfront properties were able to charge more. And so then the prices escalate because there's a limited amount of places. And now you have occupancy of 8 million people. Basically, the same amount of people that come to the DR. And they don't have hotels all over the place either. That's the other thing. On all parts of the island, they have a little hotels, but it's not inundated with. I go to North Shore. Okay, great. There's 3 hotels or something. Turtle Hotel, Turtle Island, whatever it's called. I mean, you don't have hotel all inclusives everywhere. They said, hold on, less is more. So that way everybody gets to make money who has those prime time locations. And again, that's one of the things that DR is messing up with, is having a whole coastline of these all inclusives and then these condo hotels. You keep doing this nonsense, and all of a sudden you find yourself, when there's a downturn, all of a sudden people who are invested start losing money because now you have mandatory IOUs. So when the 5 years comes up, or 6 or 7, and they say, hey, it's gonna, your furniture pack, it's going to be, all of a sudden, or the individual themselves, because not everybody is in a condo hotel. But again, this is going to be a problem. It's going to be a huge problem. Okay. Yeah, it's going to be a huge problem. Like I said, if you want to get something on the beach, I would not recommend it at this point, because you're going to spend how much? 350, 400? Especially if you're talking about Los Corrales. Other places could be higher. ocean view I'm referring to. I'm not talking about getting, parking lot view like that ocean bay, which is that even done yet? Jesus, that's been 8 years. This is sickening. Ocean Bay, the front units have ocean view, cost an arm and a leg. I think they're over a mil. But you're in the back, no ocean view, interior maybe, but no real views at all. And so you really think you're going to be able to charge people 450, 520 a night? That's crazy. That's not going to happen just because I can walk out to the beach. Um, Hold on a second. Ocean Bay should be done by now. It's got to be. Ocean Bay. Let me go look. Ocean Bay, Los Corrales, Punta Cana. Is that a condo? Is that a condo hotel? By the, I don't think it is. I don't think it is. I think Ocean Bay was basically built condos. Those front units were over $1 million, which is crazy. That was crazy. I think it was called Ocean Bay, right? Yeah, Ocean Bay. Is it done? No, it's not done. Sheesh, that's crazy. It's not a rental. It's not coming up Expedia or nothing. Los Corrales Beach Village. I don't even know where that is. But anyhow, I'm going to wrap this up, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Shouldn't buy now. Exact. I agree with you, the shredder. You want to wait until everything is built. Exactly. People will panic and get out. Exactly. People will be in price war to rent, realize it's a waste of time and sell. Exactly. That's exactly right. I That's what I've been trying to tell people. They're in denial, of course, because they think that magically DR is going to go from 9 million to 13 million by air in a year or two. There is no way that can happen. Zero. Because there is nothing they are doing. Like, for instance, when you think about coming to DR, let's just say you are one of the top 20% of the wealthiest on the planet. When you come to DR, where you're going to stay? You're going to go, oh, you know what? I'm going to stay in Punta Cana Village. You're going to go, yeah, because the Blue Mall's there, and they have the top shops that I love to go shop. Yeah, okay, you can go anywhere in the world for those top shops, but cool. You have the cachet, you have the money. You're going to stay in a villa. You're going to spend for a week 5 grand, 8 grand. Fine. You know what that number is that's going to do that? That's a top 1 to 5 percenter on the planet. Then out of the 1 to 5% on the planet, they have to be coming to the DR versus going to St. Kitts, Barbados. Like, this is what we're dealing with ultimately when you have nothing else. And that is a mistake that DR is making as well. They don't listen to me. They had a good idea about the amusement parks, but again, I told you guys, amusement parks on an island, people aren't going to amusement parks on an island. That's not why you go to Orlando, you go to LA, you go to San Diego. You know, I mean, you don't go to an island to go to, roller coasters and water parks and all this stuff. That's not a thing. Never was, never will be. So now you have to figure out where you're going to get the extra customer that doesn't necessarily care about the tourism, the all inclusives. So now you have Coco Bongo. Great. But that's a show thing. That's no different than going anywhere in the world, right? So what's going to differentiate Dominican Republic at this point after the all inclusives have already been overbuilt? That's the $1 million question. You can have all the Louis Vuitton spots and all this other crappy stuff, but only a certain amount of people can afford to buy things in those stores. So then they're going to shut down if they don't have the necessary clientele. So that's not going to be a thing. So you're going to need something else. And the one thing that always attracted people to DR was low prices. Now that your peso is going to increase in price because you're giving, again, letting these guys have comforture and not having them pay your customs, your taxes and all that for the items that they import in, these builders that are spending $1 trillion, and you're not going, oh yeah, we need a few hundred billion. The fact you're not doing that is insane. Is asinine, and not making rules like everybody's got to get paid $20 to $30 an hour minimum. And I'm not talking about your friends that you're going to import in from somewhere else. Your staff has to be 90% Dominican or some stuff like that. I mean, something. So at least you got your island so people there can afford to buy stuff. So then now it makes sense that you have other attractions because people now can afford to pay $400 to go do something for a family of four. That's the difference. They're not thinking nothing about that. They're just effing up. That's why I said they're effing up, and I've been saying it. All right. I agree with this assessment the shredder has made. Since she's in the group, she understands what people are doing. I've already seen where people, like I said, are selling things below the developer's next phase pricing. So they still get a little profit potentially, but people are not going saying, oh, well, the developer's charging 275 now, so my stuff's already furnished. I want 300. Nobody's doing that. They bought theirs at 190, and now they're going, well, who'll give me 210, 220? The developer's selling theirs for 290. That's what I've come across. But I agree with you 110%. 110. And like I said, you're getting feedback just like me but you're getting feedback from the guys at Atlanta that is like, was hot property. You know the rules. You snooze, you lose. Yep, that's how you do it. Stop talking now. We black out here. Where you at? Where you at? Yeah, that's the blackout is serious, man. It's serious. There's places where people buy in Las Terranas, right? People in Las Terranas talk about how they don't have electricity for 1 or 2 or 3 days, and they live with it. I'm just like, see, that's the problem right there. And then you have developers going, yeah, we got this property over in Las Terranas, or they say Terranas, and I always said Terranas. But anyhow, will be heavily saturated. I agree. My presentation there, we're shooting for 160 a night. Management group taking 30%. Yeah. The 160 a night's not going to be good for 195 because again, you're going to need the lie that they're going to tell people 75 to 85% rental occupancy rate. You're not going to get that. There's too many units on the market. And you're competing against hotels at that point. Hotels don't even get 80% right now. They're at 75% for 2025. And there's more hotel rooms coming. So there's no way that's going to increase to no 85%. That's not going to happen. That's not even a thing. They're going to need another million tourists to come in this year. 1.2. Actually, it's more than that. 1.5. Nope, 1.7, which is impossible. That's not good. Yeah, that's not good. That means whoever bought at 195, if they do 160 a night, you're doing a 30%. Are we talking about at River Island? Because at River Island, that's a problem. If you bought at 195 for one, I don't see how you're going to get one. Well, hold on. I can see where they can get 170 because that's 1120 plus tax or whatever. I can see that at Atlanta, River Island. I just can't see the 1120 times 0.7, which is 70%, 784 is what you're going to get after the 30%. And then the one bedroom has to be at least, well, they make large units. It might be 60 square meters. So now you're going to be paying 180 a month. So if you did 1 week, right? 25% occupancy, that's 604. If you did 2 weeks, that's 1200. You still not there. And if you did 3 weeks, you still not there. That's 1800. You would have to do 70% to even think about being in anywhere near acceptable level, because you're going to have to give up the HOA, you're going to have to give up 30%, and if you had a mortgage or something, well then you might have to take off, well, they got 13%. Yeah. You might have to take off, I don't even know, 13% on, they got to put up 80% usually. You only owe 20%. 38 G's, not bad. But again, some people may have a little mortgage thing where they might have another 200 a month. So 1600 a month. 190. Well, we still got problems. 195, 1600. So I'll do some simple number. If I did 1600 to be generous, times 12, 19,000. Not bad. Divided by 195K. I guess most people will live with this. 9.8. Somewhere thereabouts, if that was the number. But then again, you have it singly, and that's if they allow you to manage it yourself. Because again, they're leaning towards, if we're talking about River Island, look, when the battle is over, we're going to wear a crown. Exactly. Jerusalem next. Welcome to the SSN Nation Holiday MLK Money Making Monday live stream. It's Dominican Republic talk tonight. Facts, says Larry. Mo, the shredder, I agree. It makes sense to wait unless you have a particular type of unit and pre-construction project that you're looking for yourself and not really caring about rental income. Yeah, Mo. I know a person that's a very popular YouTuber that people like, I'm not going to give his name. I like him. I've never met him. But he said, I'll just tell you because I'll give clues. He bought it Maple Beach. He bought a condo for $170,000. It's not furnished, so it costs $170,000. I don't know that particular group's usual thing. Inflation will be over 3%, so I don't know if there's a price increase. I don't know their contracts for this developer. But if it's like most, it'll be 3.5 or more. You're going to pay a difference. But let's just say it's 170. Right now in El Cordacito, you clearly can't charge $1,200 for the week. It's not a thing. Not going to happen for a one bedroom. So this popular YouTuber has this analysis that you're talking about. I don't really care what the price of the rental is because I work on appreciation. Okay, appreciation works when you are, or you're designed for up and coming. And the up and coming happened in 2018 to 2023. So everybody bought their one bedrooms for 89,000, 79,000, 99,000, can now sell their units and they have the appreciation. The question is, will they have the appreciation going forward when nobody can rent their units and make money? And not nobody, a large amount of people can't rent and make a reasonable profit. That's where the rubber meets the road. And I'm on the side of way too many units are going to be available, not enough tourists, because there's no other reason. There's no attraction for a movie studio. That's not a thing. There's no attraction for a water park. There's no attraction for a Universal, Disneyland type stuff. That does not get people to an island. Now, shows to get people to come over for something special, that's always a thing. But because of what they do there, because we ran the SSN Lifestyle Music Fest, these dudes have lost their mind. So I'm coming in from outside the DR. I say I want to do a concert. I need your speaker equipment. I need instruments. These dudes are sending me stuff, something like, that'll be $15,000 for 2 days. That'll be $15,000 a day. I'm like, have you lost your. Obviously, I'm not from DR. They know that. You have an artist, famous artist. This is why you don't have that many concerts except for the big guys, because they have sponsorship that pays. Or they have a great following, but nonetheless, that's why that entertainment doesn't bring people to the island that aren't already going to be there. So you have those, and the tickets are not cheap, but you don't have that many big name artists that's going to be coming there. They come, but for ordinary artists that aren't as the top tier, but maybe they're on the second or third tier, the cost when you bring X amount of people over, and then they want to charge you stupid numbers because, of course, you're special, you're whatever, and then you're sitting there like, dudes, what are you doing right now? So this is why when people said, hey, what happened to that soul festival and all that up at Hard Rock, I found out because those guys are saying stupid stuff. Yeah, I'll let you have this stuff $10,000 a day. Hey, I need a tent. Oh, you need a tent for 3 nights? How about 20 grand? It's going to be raining. How about tent outside by the beach? You guys come out and set it up and everything. Oh, that'll be 20 grand. A weekend. I'm like, okay, we haven't even got equipment. Oh, now I need equipment. These dudes, oh, that'll be 5 to 10 grand a day. I'm like, is this for real right now? I could buy the equipment and have it shipped here damn near. Have you guys lost your mind right now? Now I see why nobody wants to come over here and do nothing with you guys. That's how I look at it. And these guys aren't changing. So now you're going to need certain things to get people there besides telling people we have all inclusive hotels. That's not going to work. You're going to need something else. You're going to need something. I don't even know what you could do. I'm not even giving that advice no more. Because as soon as you don't listen about the infrastructure, and as soon as you don't listen about your electricity grid, as soon as you don't listen about getting people higher wages, as soon as you don't listen about giving them these $1 trillion business, they're $1 million companies, and they're getting all combined a couple of $1 trillion and not having to pay taxes for import duties and taxes and customs. That is not good. No water, sewer, and garbage. Your waste management sucks. All of that stuff, you guys have done nothing over the last 8 years. I go up to Uvera Alto. I'm giving everybody the rundown. I go to you. Don't you go to Uvera Alto? You see all those inclusives. Do not go behind them. These guys don't even have sewers. They're running septic lines out to the back of the property. So when everybody's up front, and they're over there doing, checking in, looking at these nice places that cost $800, $1,000 per night. Out back, septic system line smells like shit. And on the other side of the smells like shit, that's where the garbage is going. They got their own self-made dump. That shit's in the soil. But everything else is a 5-star out front. All kind of crappy crap. So all this stuff comes back to haunt you because you don't want to spend the money as a country and say, you know what, guys, we got to get a water treatment situation right. We got to figure out where we can get clean water. We got to figure out where we can get electricity. because you're inundating the island with hotels, short term, and condos and villas and townhomes. All this stuff matters. And they're just sitting there, doop de doo, doop de doo, like dumb shits. But again, colonizers do this dumb shit stuff because they're the ones making all the money. All right, just letting you guys know. Of course, they're going to tap out. Exactly, man. Exactly. Larimar. Yikes. Realist, did you invest in Larimar? Let me know. Okay, let's go. I've always known the underlying costs, HOA fees, property management, rental fees, to probably 40% by the time these pre-construction projects come online. It could get to 50% you're underwater. It will get there. That's what I anticipate, because what's going to end up happening is that's their model. That's where they make money from. And what's going to happen is people are going to opt out. So every time somebody opts out, 5 to 10 people opt out because they're not making the money. That person also isn't going to be allowed to rent on their own. So now that unit's out of a rental pool, but that owner is sitting there going, well, why am I going to own this place? And now they're going to have to tell the other owner, whoever's going to buy from them, they're going to go, how much did you make when you're in the rental pool? If you say nothing, then they're going to go find out. If you tell them the truth and you start going, well, I make like 4% annually, a 4 cap, we're not in California. People aren't going to buy. They're going to be like, have you lost your mind right now? I need to buy this at 40 to 50 grand less than what you're selling it for. And the person's going to be like, well, that's less than what I bought it for. And that's where we're going to have a problem. At least that's the way I see this. If I'm wrong, I, I don't think I am. If I'm wrong, we'll find out. Just like I wasn't wrong about the numbers this year on tourism numbers not matching what it needs and occupancy rates going down. Occupancy rates also went down in Los Corrales from 2024. 2024, occupancy rates, studios were 71%. One bedrooms was 68, 69%. Right now, I have no separation, including all units, because I'll tell you this too. 2-bedroom units were not 68, 69, 71%. They were lower. They were around 50 something. But this is like in 2024. It's now 2025 numbers. I don't have the numbers separated. It's 59%, which does not mean anything. It still could be 69, 70. The 2 bedrooms could be 59, or, well, yeah, they could be that. 4 bedrooms, if there are any, or 3 bedrooms, they could be 30%. So, but there's less of those. So there's more studios in 1 bedrooms in Los Corrales, El Codicito. So I'm assuming it probably went down because you have more units online and you have more units overall in DR, in Punta Cana area. So that's one of the things. But yeah, but 50% does not make an investor. You're not going to invest for that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I got to wrap. I got to wrap this up. I've been on here 4 hours. We've been on too long. I got to get back to bed. On top of all that, you still have to pay utilities. Exactly. When it's not in use, you can't shut them off. And by the way, that's another one of the problems. The utilities are going to cost more. You guys, it's just like in the United States. You keep adding more to the grid, the electricity goes up. There's no way around it. You don't get saved. So it's already high. It's very high in the DR for electricity. It's only going to get worse. So again, under rental situations, you know what people do. Let's get real. They leave it on. Not to mention, pre-construction contracts can jump up during construction period anytime for material costs. See, there you go. That's exactly right. That's why you cannot buy a pre-construction. Those days are over. The only places you could, okay, I shouldn't say it's not everywhere. The only places you can buy a pre-construction right now is a Jardines property. Why? Because they still sell 1 bedrooms for around 60 grand. You can still get a 2 bedroom for under 100 grand. So the real reasoning is you should be able to get $400, $500, $600. That's the thing. They have amenities, basketball courts, gaming tables or whatever it was, pool, jacuzzi, or jacuzzi, I don't know which one. They have other things as well. So Mini Mart, I'm glad they didn't put a restaurant in there. Mini Mart's much better. Those are real amenities when you're staying on vacation. Instead of having to go all the way to a store, you got a place on site. Um, so those prices right now are the best in the area. It's a gentrification going on right now, and they're doing some things. So that's about the only place that's going to make sense because you can fall into $700 a week or less. People are down with $100 per night. Okay, they're down with that. People are down with 125 a night. Even if you had zero amenities, people would be down. The fact that you actually have some real amenities, that's even better. And you have a shuttle that takes people to the grocery store, which could turn into a shuttle that takes people to drop off downtown. Just saying. That matters. So a person doesn't have to have a rental car. All of a sudden, Airbnb it, fine. Rental car, don't need it. All these type of things matter at a resort. That's a real deal. Transportation, shuttle, that's an amenity. This is what some of these projects are ultimately going to have to do. But you know what happens when you have a shuttle? Additional cost, maintenance, upkeep. But it is what it is. So that's why Jardines has an upper hand because they're building nice units. They're doing some amenities in their projects. They're just building condos and calling it a day and saying, "Oh yeah, here's a pool." No, they have a little children's playground. They're doing some things. The fitness room. So again, these things start adding up. And if you can buy it 60 grand for a one bedroom and whatever, 99 or 95 or whatever, 105 for a two bedroom, you can get $700. That's not a problem. The question though would be, are you going to be able to get 50% rental occupancy? That's the question. All right. We'll find out. Um, Utilities going to run you ass off. You got that right, man. That's the problem right now. The electric bill, and there's nothing in sight that they're building the electric grid up. Okay, Tay, I made at least 15K so far this year using prop firms trading. Tay, awesome. Which prop firm trading and how? All right, my voice is getting harsh, ladies and gentlemen. I could stay on this all night. Mo says, Eric, the exception is not the rule. Pull up an Airbnb map and you will see the majority of units listed for rent. Rent higher near the beach with ocean views rather than inland 35 minutes away. Mo, that's not the problem. We know by the water rents higher occupancy. That's not the question. The question is how much did they buy these units for? Because we know, for instance, in Los Corrales, there's a place when you go down what is that street? La Alameda, La Alamana, or whatever. You keep going straight, you run and take the turn, you run in, you can walk into the beach, right? You know they were selling, well, you don't know maybe, but the one bedrooms that they built down that street, they got like 300,000 for. Two bedrooms were like 350 to 400K. So if I go to Airbnb and I go look and I see those units renting for less than the 0.1%, like let's just say they're getting the one bedroom for 300 G's. They're getting 225 a night or 250. Now I have to say, well, let's go look at their occupancy. And by the way, you know what? We can do something. We can do some air ROI, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Check it out. Check it out. Air ROI. We don't have to guess. We can just go look. It pulls up everybody's. It's no hiding anymore. You can see people's occupancy rates based on where they are. We're going to go look. Hold on now. Let's go look. Let's go do some things. This will be the last thing, ladies and gentlemen, because this is how you do your research. Why is this happening? What am I coming up with here? Why are we dealing with this? I'm having a problem. I guess I'm slow and spotty. Okay, fine. Am I gonna have? Oh man, we got problems. Um. Okay. Here's what I'll do. I got some problems here. Let me do this. I'm not gonna be able to. What's this? I'm not gonna be able to pull this up. I'll do Air ROI here. They changed. I didn't want to see it on my phone. They changed their website for the phone, and since they did that, I'm having a hard time. But I'm gonna try and do Los Corrales. Let's go see Los Corrales Punta Cana. Does that come up? Let's see Punta Cana. I don't think it does. Nah, it doesn't. Nah, Madrid, Spain. So I have to go to Punta Cana. Oh, that's right. I was trying to. Okay, I don't think this is gonna allow me. Come on, what's happening? Punta Cana. I wish I had it on my screen. Okay, Punta Cana, La Altagracia, Hige. I'll call. Let's go to La Altagracia. Okay, I'm on Epic Residences. Okay, here we go. Here goes somebody on Epic, which is not by the water. So I don't want anybody to think Epic's not by the water. Look at that, 9.5%. Okay, let's go to US dollars. Studio plus private terraces. Look at this. Epic. You guys see this? $39 a night. 9.5% occupancy. Let me go to the water. Let's go look. This is acting weird. Let me get something at the water. Because then everybody can go with that. I used to be able to tap on it. Oh, still can. Okay. Ocean Escape. Okay, one bedroom, one bath. It says, okay, I don't know what this is actually. I don't really like this, but there you go. Ocean Escape, 20% occupancy in red. Okay, 114 a night. Um, what's this? 47%. Okay, hold on. Let me do something else. See, here's what it looks like right here. So I tap on any of the red. This is Air ROI. Okay. So I'm going by properties at the beach. Here's a 2 bedroom. And look at here, 20%. 140 a night average. All right. Okay. I'll just go down the line. Numbers don't lie. They're taking it off of Villamar, 550 meters to the beach. Look at that. 13.9. Villamari. It's on the beach, ladies and gentlemen. See? So, this thing about being on the beach, higher occupancy, it's not true. The reason is you don't have high enough occupancy. And again, I can go to the beach being 100 yards back. I'll take the 5 minutes, 4 minutes to walk down to the beach. That's what's the problem is. Flor Del Mar, apartment on the beach. Once again, numbers don't lie. 17.5. So what it's looking like is in Los Corrales area, Los Alos. Let me go to something else. I don't see anything over by the other side. I'm going down to El Cordacito. Let's see what they got on the beach. Let's see. Because their beach area is a lot smaller. So let's go get a look. Nothing's oh, here we go. Nah, not any good either. 11.2%. Look, in red, bottom right. Not good. So again, we can't find anything that's reasonable. Let's go here. See what this is. Okay, here we go. Apartment on the beach. It looks like 21%. Look at that. Ocean front. Look, you can see water in the background. The perfect unit. And it's $130 a night. 2-bedroom, 1 bath. So all this says, like I said, you can figure out what's going to happen. All these people who bought those units for whatever they bought them for, I don't know. But we'll see what happens. All right? Okay. Eric, what's the latest with Larimar? Mo better. When do you think it'll be ready? Man, who knows? They're doing panel building and they won't be ready 2026. They don't even show people anything anymore. They used to do their Instagram, and then in December they started showing like the first level of one or two of the prime towers. You want to know what's funny? December 2024. Here it is, a whole nother year and 1 month. They're on 4 pads. They're on first floor on 2 pads. They're on second floor and a half on the 3rd pad. The 4th pad, they're up to the 3rd floor. Ladies and gentlemen, Prime Towers, that's 3 floors underground. It looks like. They need another 15, 16 floors. So if it's going to take them a year to build like 3 or 4 or 5 floors, it's going to take them another 3 years. That would mean 2029 if they do this pace. They're doing panel building, which is faster, but Larimar, who knows what these guys are doing? Quite frankly, all I know is they're adding stuff to like a beach, swimming pool, calling it a beach club. Hardly. Doesn't even really have any coverings. So it rains in DR. And by the way, the sun beating down is very, very hot when we start talking about after April. So again, I'm not a fan of open air stuff. That's stupid. Sun is damaging to a person. Humidity is damaging to a person. So not having AC, no matter where you are, is never a cool thing to me. If the building doesn't have AC for half of it or some of it, that's kind of, again, not a fan. Let's see. I have no idea, man. If they did panel building properly, they could have up a tower in 9 months, 10 months. Easily. So with that said, they could have built 4 towers and actually they could build all 4 at the same time. Because all you need is cement and you need the crew to actually put the panel stuff in place. That's all you would need. But who knows what they're doing? They're not showing any, they're not being transparent on what their workforce looks like. They're not being transparent about nothing. All I know is I'm not really say good about it, other than it's going to be built. But in what iteration and when? It's 2026. I just say, just like everybody else, give them 6, 7 years and then you'll see. 2028, 9, 2028. That's about it. That's only for like the first menial little bit of stuff. I mean, the stuff will be there, but at what? I mean, I'm not driving 15 minutes, 20 minutes outside of town just so I can go sit at the cliff and look at water and drink some coffee and teas and have drinks and eat when I can just go to the beach in the first place. That doesn't make any sense. There's nothing else there. There's not going to be anything. There's not going to be a golf. They haven't even started the golf course. It takes 2 years to build a 9-hole golf course. It takes about 3.5 years to build an 18-hole, any decent one. So again, this is crazy. So anyhow, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to wrap this up. All right. Thank you so much for being here. Hopefully I'll see you guys again on Wednesday night live stream. And with all that said, I love you guys very much. Appreciate your support over all these years. Please like, subscribe, and click the bell below so you get the latest updates. And I know it's hard out here. And that's why you're going to have to look at other ways to do investments, and you're going to be smart about the Dominican Republic real estate. Just make sure you guys wait at this point for whatever happens in the next 2 to 3 years. There should be deals on the table. Like Shredder said, people will be selling below value. This is going to be a thing because there's going to be thousands of units that will be getting 20%, 17%, 15% occupancy rates. And people are going to throw their hands up in the air and be like, man, I got to get rid of this thing. It's costing me money. So with all that said, make sure no matter what you do out here, be safe, stay calm, and keep your head up. Keep moving. And